I want to take the start of this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there. I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange, and I felt like it didn't necessarily comport with things that were already public. I wanted to not betray my friends' trust in that way. But I did share it with some people in government because it happened really quick. It was, it took 33 hours for authorities to get their suspect. And in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. Don't know where it went from there, apparently. But here we are. So one of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public, it was not mine to share publicly, but one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every stone. And that somehow we're just sweeping things under the rug. And when I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it, and no stone unturned. I mean, I don't know if you want to chime in on that part alone, but I have more to say.
Yeah, so it has been so frustrating to have people blow up about this. Yeah. And I've certainly stated publicly, the reason I haven't weighed in on things is I am an eyewitness to events, and they've said, don't comment on things because anything you say can mess that up. I don't want to mess up any trial for the person who did this.
That's 1,000% right. And I will say I wasn't an eyewitness. I was not there. I flew to Utah immediately to be with the family and the team, but I was not an eyewitness. So there's that. But I am aware that in my role as spokesman for Turning Point USA, which is another hat I wear, that things I say, I'm cognizant of the fact that things I say could negatively impact an ongoing investigation. All right. But I will weigh in specifically on this issue of Israel, because I know there's a lot of fascination. And I just want to say that, we have to let free speech be our North Star here, okay? Charlie was adamantly free speech, and I am not personally going to impugn anybody's character who is asking questions and looking for answers, all right? And I will say that text chain is consistent with public frustrations that he voiced many times. And I know, Blake, you were in the trenches on a lot of this stuff because we were workshopping how we were going to do the tour and what he's going to get asked about Israel, what was he going to say. And this is consistent with things that he told his friends, people that are, in the wider movement about his wrestle that he was going. And so I just want to say, what is the truth about the way Charlie felt about Israel? Well, it's complicated and it's nuanced, and it was a wrestle that was going on for months. And it's probably somewhere between the BB letter and the text group text.
I don't even think there's a between about it. I think those are entirely consistent with the exact same worldview. Charlie was not hiding things from people.
Shut down the government. So why did they close the government? Because Republicans decided they would rather shut down the entire government than lower costs and save health care for millions of Americans. Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress are knocking 15 million people off their health insurance, driving up the cost of health care for everyone else, closing rural hospitals, shutting down community health centers, and much, much more, all so that they can fund giant tax cuts for billionaires. Those are Republican priorities. Democrats are fighting to prevent insurance premiums from doubling. We are fighting to help American families hang on to their health insurance because no one should go bankrupt because they got sick and needed to see a doctor. Now, in the next few days, Americans will begin getting letters in the mail telling them their insurance premiums are going up, way, way up. For some families, those premiums are doubling. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And here's what that means. Thanks to Republicans in Congress, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will have to pay more than $22,000 every year to keep their coverage. $22,000. For families already hanging on by their fingernails, that could be a matter of keeping health care coverage or just giving up. And that could be a matter of life and death. I know what it's like. Growing up, there was never a time when my family didn't worry about money. My daddy ended up as a janitor. When I was 12, my daddy had a heart attack. He lost his job, the family station wagon was repossessed, and we were about to lose our home. My mother had never worked outside the home, but that is when she put on her best dress, got herself a minimum wage job answering phones at Sears, and saved our home and saved our family. Our healthcare system was already broken with high premiums, insurance denials, and huge copays. And that was before Donald Trump and the Republicans decided to make the healthcare crisis so much worse. Democrats are fighting to reverse Republicans' giant healthcare cuts and lower costs for Americans. Right now, it is only the Republicans in Congress that stand in the way. Affordable Care Act tax credits help people afford their health care, and they are set to expire at the end of the year, and insurance companies are resetting their rates right now. We are barreling toward a tipping point for American families. If Congress does not act, nearly 22 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums more than double on average. Democrats want to lower those costs right now. Republicans are shutting down the entire government instead of coming to the table to help American families. An overwhelming majority of Americans want us to extend these tax credits so that insurance premiums don't go through the roof. Even most Trump supporters agree with us on this. Donald Trump himself just said he wants to make it better, and it is only Senate Republicans who are standing in the way. Senate Republicans have refused to even sit down and negotiate over health care cuts, even though thousands of their constituents will see their costs go way up. For example, in Alabama, about 447,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Alaska, about 24,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Arkansas, it's about 144,000 Americans. In Florida, it's 4.4 million Americans. In Idaho, it's 101,000 Americans. In Indiana, it's 290,000 Americans. In Iowa, it's 118,000 Americans. In Kansas, it's 182,000 Americans. In Kentucky, it's 77,000 Americans. In Louisiana, it's 276,000 Americans. In Maine, it's 54,000 Americans. In Mississippi, it's 320,000 Americans. In Missouri, it's 383,000 Americans. In Montana, it's 67,000 Americans. In North Carolina, it's 888,000 Americans. In North Dakota, it's 38,000 Americans. In Ohio, it's 514,000 Americans. In Oklahoma, it's 290,000 Americans. In Pennsylvania, It's 422,000 Americans. In South Carolina, it's 588,000 Americans. In South Dakota, it's 50,000 Americans. In Tennessee, it's 593,000 Americans. In Texas, it is 3.7 million Americans. Nearly 4 million Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Utah, it's 395,000 Americans. In West Virginia, it's 63,000 Americans. In Wisconsin, it's 272,000 Americans. In Wyoming, it is 43,000 Americans. Look, Democrats are fighting to lower costs for every single one of those Americans. Where are their Republican senators? Those were the insurance premiums, which will cause about 5 million people to lose their coverage because they just can't afford those higher costs. But Republicans are also cutting health care for another 10 million Americans. That's seniors in nursing homes, mamas with newborn babies, and it's your neighbor who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to be able to live independently. Democrats have said time and time again, if Congress is going to pass a budget for the U.S. government, then saving health care for those millions of Americans has to be part of the deal. We will not stop fighting for Americans' access to their doctors and to their hospitals. And what has been the response of Donald Trump? He doesn't want to talk about health care. Nope. Instead, his plan is to inflict maximum pain on Americans during this Republican shutdown. His right-hand man, Russ Vought, is shutting down important infrastructure projects as political punishment. They're threatening to fire many more federal workers. And get this, the White House is furloughing hundreds of staffers because of the Republican shutdown, but they are keeping every single DOJ staffer on. In total, the Trump administration is furloughing over 500,000 workers who work every day to keep our country running. But at least Elon Musk's pals at DOJ are safe. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Republican plans. Look, this may feel like a surprise to millions of Americans, but the Republican attack on Americans' health care has been long in the making. It's exactly the shutdown playbook Donald Trump and his lackeys laid out in their Project 2025. Since day one, Trump has tried again and again and again to shut down the parts of government he just doesn't like. He has tried to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress had already agreed to fund. He has illegally fired tens of thousands of federal workers. He has illegally sent our troops to invade American cities. And the response of Republicans in the Senate has been to bow down and let Donald Trump do all of that and more. And now, during a government shutdown, the President of the United States is saying, quote, a lot of good can come from a shutdown, and quote, we can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. And while all of that is going on, why would Democrats sign off on a Republican budget without ironclad guarantees to make sure that Trump won't just turn around and go back on the deal and not lower costs for families? The answer is we won't. While Senate Republicans keep taking orders from their wannabe king and drag out their government shutdown, Senate Democrats will not stop fighting to save health care and to lower costs for families. We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will take away health care coverage from 15 million people and drive up insurance premiums for everyone else. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan fight. Democrats are in this fight for all Americans. And we urge Senate Republicans to join us to protect health care coverage for millions of Americans and end this painful government shutdown. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I want to express some thoughts on this motion that was just objected to. We are in a ongoing, serious, and debilitating conflict in the world of cyber. It is one of the most serious threats this country faces. In fact, right at this moment, it is probably the most serious threat this country faces, from nation states, from hacktivists, from ransomware, from crooks around the world. It is a serious daily challenge. We are being attacked, institutions in this country, including the United States government, including the Department of Defense, including the CIA, but also private sector businesses are being attacked 5 billion times a day. I visited a small bank in Maine that's being attacked in the hundreds of thousands of times in a week, a small local bank. I've talked to utility executives that are being attacked, one major utility 3 million times a day, that the adversaries are trying to get into our systems to compromise them, which would be devastating in a time of conflict. Imagine for a moment, a shot isn't fired, but the financial system collapses. Water systems are poisoned. The electrical system is down. The gas pipeline system is compromised. Healthcare, hospitals are down. That's a devastating attack. And by not moving this bill, we are unilaterally disarming in the midst of this crisis. What this bill does is very simple. It simply renews an authority that was passed in 2015 to create a mechanism where the private sector and the federal government can exchange information about cyber attacks. The private sector is protected from liability for exchanging, for sharing the information. And then the government can collect that information, warn other sectors of potential attacks that are indicated in these kinds of reports, can help the victims respond, and also can help us to form a more coherent national strategy to deal with these attacks. And I don't understand why the gentleman from Kentucky is objecting to, and this isn't a spending bill, this has nothing to do with a continuing resolution, this is simply an authority that's been in place, as I say, for 10 years. It expires at the end of this year, and we want to extend that in order to maintain this kind of interaction, this kind of exchange of information that's critical to our ability to realistically confront this. Really, I can't overemphasize how serious this crisis is. We just learned, for example, that the Chinese were in our telecommunication system. We know that the Russians have made consistent efforts to penetrate our critical infrastructure, along with the Chinese. This is not an abstract threat. This is before us right now. It's happening right now. And if we don't pass this extension, as I said, we are unilaterally disarming. Now, I understand the chairman of the committee has some other items that he'd like to consider. He's the chairman of the committee. I urge him to bring those issues before the committee, bring a bill to the floor, and they can be considered. But don't, in the meantime, hobble our ability to protect our citizens and entities, people and companies and businesses and our own government from these ongoing attacks. At this very moment, this government is under attack by cyber criminals, by state actors. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it maliciously to undermine our country and also to steal from us. The amount stolen through ransomware attacks, which can occur by the way, at a local hospital or a town, the amount of money is in the billions every year. So I hope that as we keep coming to the floor to bring this matter up, we can have the withdrawal of the objection by the chairman of the committee, because the final thing I'll say is what I've said before. This is no time to be lowering our defenses, to be compromising our ability to defend ourselves from an attack that we know is happening and that we know is going to continue to attack. We know that this is going to continue. This attack is going to continue on our country, on our institutions, on our businesses, on our citizens, and we have to be on guard. And we cannot allow this authority to lapse and compromise our ability to defend ourselves and the people of the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Islam is spreading like a virus. Have you been to London town recently? Now, Islam is spreading like a virus. Have you been to London town recently?
Now, the most common baby name in London is
Muhammad.
Most common baby name in Dublin is what?
Muhammad.
The most common baby name in Copenhagen is
Muhammad.
It is a religion of conquest, and it is not a conspiracy theory. It is a stated doctrine of the Hadith.
Literally.
To take over new lands.
We need to stop this lie that Islam that took over Egypt, took over Israel, and Israel took the nation back, that took over Syria, that took over Syria, that took over Algeria, that took over Jordan, that took over Saudi Arabia, that took over Iran, that took over Afghanistan.
And now all of Europe, and Indonesia, and most of Africa.
And Malaysia.
It is a religion of conquest.
Islam is a warrior religion in many ways, and it's unapologetically so. It's about expansion, it's about conquest and so on.
So keep fighting the Christians and Jews until they give jizya. So it's compelling them to give jizya. This shows you clearly that it's about forcing people to become Muslim.
The territory of Islam was spread by the sword, absolutely, no doubt, unashamedly. We accept that because the Muslims fought the Persians, the Romans, to take the territory from them.
So yes, we have converted empire after empire, and we can do it again with your monstrous empire of capital.
What's your name, soldier? What's your name, soldier? Tell me your name. What's your name, soldier? Yeah, you hear me? What's your name, soldier? What's your name, soldier?
Sergeant Pepper!
What's your name, soldier? What's your name, soldier? Tell me your name. What's your name, soldier? Yeah, you hear me? What's your name, soldier? What's your name, soldier?
Sergeant Pepper!
And I will work with you, but you have not done that.
Did you take a look?
The National Guard is on the way right now as we speak. Oh, by the way, so is Director Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. You're sitting here grilling me, and they're on their way to Chicago to keep your state safe.
Madam Attorney General, it's my job to grill you. Investigation of your agency is part of my responsibility and this committee. You may not like the experience, but others have weathered the storm and answered questions in a respectful manner.
Can you tell me the grants,
Yes.
Ranking Member, please?
Take a look at the president's budget on HIDA grants. What happens to it in his proposed budget?
I'd be glad to meet with you on the
It's
grants.
cut by 1/3.
And I will, but you have not done that.
Did you take a look?
The National Guard is on the way right now as we speak. Oh, by the way, so is Director Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. You're sitting here grilling me, and they're on their way to Chicago to keep your state safe.
Madam Attorney General, it's my job to grill you. Investigation of your agency is part of my responsibility and this committee. You may not like the experience, but others have weathered the storm and answered questions in a respectful manner.
Can you tell me the grants,
Yes.
Ranking Member, please?
Take a look at the president's budget on HIDA grants. What happens to it in his proposed budget?
I'd be glad to meet with you on the
It's
grants.
cut by 1/3.
And I will work with you, but you have not done that.
Did you take a look?
The National Guard is on the way right now as we speak.
Now, I saw the video from a distance. That's one of the most terrible, heart-wrenching moments or things that I've ever seen in my life.
Charlie.
So now, people can be listening to AI artists and AI music, and they don't actually know it. And this is the problem that, even with the video that I made recently and the Ella Scott example, people can be listening to that and they'll have no clue that it's AI if you're just listening to it through earphones. How do you know that's AI? People can, I don't know, email the government in the UK, email governments wherever you live and say, we want to have AI disclosure on the audio, because that's what we're listening to. So, I mean, writing down that, oh, this is created with AI, if you're not reading it, how do you know when you're listening to it? People can then go and check out the official website, which will also be AI and have AI images on it. And they've got their songs there. People can buy thinking it's a real band when it isn't, or a donations page or tab that people might donate to, not knowing that the whole thing is fabricated, it's AI, but you can't tell by listening to it. So that's what I would be pushing for in the future, because that's the only way for people to know when they're listening to something, is for them to instantly be told AI.
Chicago, you need to stop lying and saying, and people on this internet need to stop lying and saying that they're coming for Black people. Yes, there was a building in a Black community that was not majority Black because it had been overran by illegal gang bangers. Let's be clear. So why everybody want to keep throwing that narrative around half of South Shore is fucking invaded by illegals? That's the truth. So don't get on here saying Black people are being came for. They're coming because they're in our neighborhoods and our communities. That's why. So yes, they're going to go in buildings where Black people live and sleep because they put them in buildings where Black people live and sleep. South Shore, born and raised. I know what I'm talking about. Stop pushing that narrative because it's not correct.
All right, y'all. At this point, y'all have really pissed me off, especially you so-called influencers who are taking parts of stories coming out of Chicago and using it for fucking clickbait and engagement. Now, I have been urging my people here to pause so that they can process things. Y'all talking about them coming down on that building out south. Whole time, that building used to be predominantly Black. That building was predominantly Venezuelans, okay? There are people from that neighborhood that have been complaining about that building for a year. Okay.
So now that the Trump administration, because again, this is another example of how Chicago leadership has failed them, from the alderman to the mayor, all the way up until Illinois governor, they have failed y'all. So now that the Trump administration is actually fixing things inside of y'all community, because the building that y'all have been complaining about for well over a year, which Brandon Johnson is the one that embraced illegal migrants and integrated them into y'all community, while at the same time not necessarily helping Black people at all. Finally, you get somebody, because they haven't even deployed the National Guard or anything yet, but you get somebody that actually does something inside of the community and get some illegal Venezuelan migrants up out of there and deport them, because these are not the people that you want in your community that's doing a great thing. And now you have other Black people that are going out here and saying, well, no, they coming for Black people. I told y'all they was going to come for y'all. Ain't nobody coming for no American citizen in the United States of America. It's a lie. It's being promoted by Democrats. It's being promoted by Chicago leadership. It's being promoted by pro-Black people. And this is why I say that y'all need to get off of the Democratic plantation, because they ruining y'all lives.
Make from roughly 30,000 a year to 130,000 a year, families of four. Now, because President Biden raised the cap, we've got people making $600,000 a year, $150,000 a year, families making $200,000 a year, getting subsidies from the American taxpayer. Why? Because they said we needed it in the pandemic. The pandemic is over. And that's why the Democrats, when they passed the bill, put in a provision that says at the end of this year, those extra subsidies are going to end. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez says no. Until you agree to let them continue, to let anybody at any income level get subsidies, we're going to shut government down. That's their third demand. And that is part of the $1.5 trillion.
Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility. And more people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that.
On $500,000 of American taxpayer money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. It was in the budget under President Biden. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in. I'll just read you a few more that we took out. They are demanding we put back in.
Time and time again, the system has sided with the criminal over the cop, the looter over the law. The result of this system could be seen in unprecedented waves of violence that ravaged our cities in the wake of the George Floyd riots in 2020. It can still be seen today on the streets of cities overtaken by Antifa. These are not rhetorical or theoretical concerns. We watched it happen in real time. It is not the product of social conditions or inequity or systematic this or that. It is the inevitable result of a civilization that's lost its moral nerve.
One wrong move and your entire channel could be demonetized, deleted, or you could even get sued.
I had a client who got 3 strikes and he lost his channel. He doesn't even really want his channel back. He just wants his videos back.
Kept getting blocked videos. I would spend a lot of time working on a reaction or working on like a breakdown video, and then I would put it out there and it would get blocked, and then I'm just kind of screwed. I just can't do anything with it.
We need an addendum to the First Amendment for digital platforms, a powerful executive order with 1,000% flexibility to go after any and all guilty parties, plain and simple.
I've been sitting in my dark cave playing my games for hours knowing that I'm wasting my life, but I never had the urge or the drive to pull myself away. And now I'm away, and I look at my PlayStation like I looked at cigarettes when I quit. I can't stand it. I don't even want to see it. It's in another room where I don't have to be reminded of all those years I spent. Years, literally years. I mean, one game I have 3,000 hours logged in on. Over 3,000. How many days is 3,000 hours? That's months. So I've just been wasting my life, and now I feel like I'm 46 and I'm starting over, and I'm never been happier. Thank you guys for having me on, and I'm gonna get off now because I'm gonna start crying.
Remember this moment, because I'm going to remind you all of this moment when we get into the actual Bible study, because what she just experienced is what the Bible study is about, the power of like thinking. And I talked to Mike about this already. I learned that there's this cephalic process that takes place in our bodies that just thinking about food makes you fat. Like you don't even have to eat food. Literally thinking about food makes you fat. And we're going to break that down tonight.
No, democracy equals New World Order. Democracy equals slavery. The word democracy is not synonymous with freedom. It's the opposite of freedom. Democracy is the worst form of government you can have. It's majority rule. And the government can tell you exactly what they want to tell you to do. The majority wants it. I don't care what the majority wants. I live my life as I choose. And if I don't commit violence, theft, or fraud against another human being, I can live my life as I wish. That's my choice. And if I'm allowed to make mistakes, because when you make mistakes, you learn from them. You grow as a human being. We're put on this earth to become the best individuals we can be. Right? We're not here to put on this earth so the government can tell us how to live our lives and what we must do. We put into these.
Remember this moment, because I'm going to remind you.
you know how privileged I feel to have been educated at Howard University. There is so much about everything I have achieved, and I've been the first to do many things because of being here when I was your age, knowing that everything that I'm being told and can feel tells us we can be and do anything, that we expect you to be leaders locally, statewide, nationally, and internationally. And especially at this period in time, I want that you all know our country and our world needs you all. We need you. So you be strong, you feed these big brains of yours, you make friends who are going to be, by the way, friends of yours for life, and enjoy this. And know how special you are and how much we need you. That's what I want from you. That's what I need from you. All right?
Becoming a Golden Gavel recipient. That's achievement of a lifetime, truly. Congratulations. I ask unanimous consent that if any nominations are confirmed during today's session of the Senate, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about a historic occasion where we are passing the CRA for the Miles City Resource Management Plan. In the last 5 years under the previous administration, we've seen historic attacks upon American industry, primarily our resource industry, which is so critical to Montana's economy, and most importantly, is critical to the 21st century economy of the United States. We are facing an energy crisis where we're not going to have enough power literally in our grid to power our homes, turn the lights on in our homes, and most importantly, fuel the 21st century economic revolution that's coming. From AI to digital currency to quantum computing, the need for energy will be insatiable here in America and around the world. And for us to lead in these technologies, to lead in artificial intelligence, to beat China in the digital currency game, to beat the rest of the world in quantum computing, if we want those technologies to exist in a free and flourishing market, in a free republic like the United States of America, we have to lead in those industries. And that means we have to literally have enough electrons, we have to have enough electricity, we have to have enough power, baseload, reliable, cheap power in our grid to power those industries. And right now we do not. And not only do we not have it today, we won't have it tomorrow if we do not expand our resource economy yet again. That means things like coal have to be unleashed. China's building coal plants every single day. We haven't built one in decades here in America. Right now, there's enough coal under the ground in Montana to fuel our economy for another 1,000 years. It's about time we start extracting it yet again. Not only does it mean thousands of jobs in Montana, in rural Montana, where economic development has stalled for decades, but most importantly, it means economic dominance for the greatest nation in the history of mankind. And many other nations depend upon the economic leadership that America provides. And in the 21st century, that leadership will depend on a strong 21st century economy based on cryptographic currency, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and all those industries revolve around cheap, reliable baseload power. We need that out of the coal mines in Montana. We need it all across the nation. We need to bring common sense policies back to our resource economy. We don't want to be pouring cyanide in our rivers, blowing tops off the mountains and clear-cutting forests. We do not want to go back to those days. We've learned our lesson. Nowhere more have we learned that than in Montana, the site of America's largest Superfund site based on disastrous copper and coal mining from decades ago. But we've learned our lessons from those. And if we don't mine these resources in America, all we're doing is pushing that mining somewhere else. Places like Africa, South America, Asia, where there are no environmental regulations, there are no labor laws. 8-year-old kids are hauling these materials out of mines on the back of their heads. Child labor, slave labor, cyanide being poured into lakes without any environmental regulation whatsoever. We do it cleaner, safer, and better here in America than anywhere else in the world. And Montana is a perfect place to start reviving our resource economy. So I'm proud to support this CRA. I'm proud to see the resource economy of Montana once again be supported by our government. It's so important for these projects that they have a predictable regulatory environment to operate in. When these companies have to raise billions of dollars in capital to fund these projects, they have to have comfort that the projects will not simply be canceled the next time the political winds shift. 4 years is not a long time when you're making tens of billions of dollars of investments in pipelines, mining, power plants,
and huge resource projects. Our investors, American investors and foreign investors, need to have confidence that if they put dollars into the American economy, those dollars are going to be respected, encouraged, and quite frankly, rewarded. And nowhere is it better to mine coal than right here in the US of A, and nowhere better than Montana. We have hardworking people with a great work ethic who take pride in their work and want to fuel the 21st century economic explosion that will happen right here in this country. The time is now to build our electrical grid. The time is now to revitalize our resource economy from timber to coal to copper mining to oil and gas. The Miles City CRA brings back common sense and gives certainty to a resource economy, and most importantly, our private sector partners who will make the investment so that's possible. I vote in favor of this and hope our colleagues on the other side of the aisle also support the Miles City CRA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum
We are
call?
not.
Mr. President, I rise today because the American people deserve affordable health care, and they deserve a government that works for them, not a government of threats, not a government of bullies. They deserve a government that comes together in a bipartisan way to find solutions to the problems and challenges they face. Sadly, right now, we are on day 18, where the Republicans in the House of Representatives have not reported to work. Day 18. I went over there this morning, and there are literally more statues of former Republican leaders than there are actual Republican House members in the entire House. I walked down the hallways. I went to the door. I went to see if anyone was there. There's no one there. There's just a bunch of statues of former leaders. We need real leaders right now over in the House that are willing to sit down and negotiate with members of the Senate, and yes, with the president. Not to be rubber stamps of the president, but to actually come back and say, this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, because we know what they're hearing. We have seen the numbers. And some of them have been willing to say it. Some of the House members on the Republican side, some of the senators. 3/4 of the people on the Affordable Care Act plans, according to a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation, 3/4 of them are in states won by President Trump. The vast majority of them are in red congressional districts. So we know what they're hearing because it's what I've been hearing. Some of the people are already getting notices in some states, like in Senator Warnock, Senator Ossoff's state of Georgia, that they're seeing a doubling of their premiums or a tripling of their premiums. And I have heard the proposed numbers in the state of Minnesota. It is not pretty. A few weeks ago, I went on a 13-county rural tour in my state. I visit all 87 counties every year. And I met with soybean farmers, And one of them told me that what he was seeing between the tariffs drying up his market, 60% of the soybeans in Minnesota are exported around the world. We're proud of that. We feed the world. Those markets have dried up. They can't sell their soybeans. They can't get a good price for their soybeans. Heard the same thing from our corn growers. So when you look at what's happening with their markets, and then you look at what's happening with their input costs for things like fertilizer because of the tariffs, of the Trump tariffs, and you look at the increases for them in their daily living expenses like electricity bills, like grocery bills, because these tariffs, and yes, these healthcare premiums. You look at this, and one soybean farmer told me this is a perfect storm of ugly. So what should our answer be? To stay away, like these Republican House members have done, because they're afraid of having a vote about the release of the Epstein files? That soybean farmer is like, what? Go take care of your business. But your job is to come here and help me. Families' budgets are being squeezed. The president promised he would bring down prices on day one, but instead it is day 261, and the opposite is happening, especially with healthcare. And this isn't a December problem or a January problem. This is a now problem, because November 1st is the date. November 1st is the date where these plans that are called different things in different states, in my state it's called MNsure, when these plans, which over 25% of our farmers are on, for one thing, and a whole bunch of small business owners, they're not working at some big corporation in a small business. They do not have the option of getting their plans that way. Instead, they rely on these types of plans from the state. Ours existed even before the Affordable Care Act, but is one of those Affordable Care Act plans. And so November 1st is when that marketplace opens up. And then they got to decide they can't afford doubling the premiums. And that's what this fight is about. A poll published last week found that 78% of Americans think we should extend the ACA tax credits, including significant majorities of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Why don't my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and my colleagues that aren't here over in the House, Republicans, why don't they see this as an opportunity to do something good, to come to the table and do something good? That's what this is about to me. I thought that's what we were elected to do. But instead, what do we see? According to Minnesota's health insurance marketplace, a 30-year-old in Mower County, that's one of our rural counties kind of near the Iowa border, earning $39,000 per year would see their premium increase from $77 per month this year to $225 a month for the same plan. Not extra bells and whistles, the same plan. A family of three in Roseau County, that's way up north, with an annual income of $106,000, this is a family of three, would see their premium jump from $675 a month to $1,100 a month, an annual increase of more than $5,000. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji, earning $85,000 per year. This is the middle of our state, beautiful lakes area, home of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, just dealt with a horrible, horrible storm, and their town showed this incredible resiliency. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji earning $85,000 per year will see their premium climb from less than $500 per month to $1,700 per month. That means an additional $15,000 next year for the same coverage. These increases are going to force people to make a decision. As my rural hospitals told me, behind closed doors, some of it, they said, so we've got a whole bunch of people that are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts that were in the bill, the budget bill this summer. And we've got a whole bunch of problems because $500 billion in Medicare cuts was automatically triggered by that big, beautiful bill. as it's called, or Big Beautiful Betrayal of a Bill. $500 billion in Medicare cuts was triggered. Why? Because the debt went up so high because of all the tax cuts for the wealthiest. And that's just in law. If you put up the debt that much, you're going to get Medicare cuts that aren't going to hit individuals. They will eventually, but they're going to hit these hospitals. I say eventually because there's not going to be any place to go to get your health care if you're in a rural area and these hospitals and clinics start closing down. So on top of all that, Medicaid, the Medicare, then you layer on these Affordable Care Act issues. And what the people, the doctors, the nurses told me was that because that's how so many of their patients get their health care, if they don't get their insurance, which some of them just won't be able to afford unless we do something about it, which is fully within our power to do. Like literally, you could take that money that was going to go to Argentina and screw over our soybean farmers in Minnesota, that $20 billion. I have no idea why that was a good idea. You can take that money and that's going to pay for a big chunk of just the first year of these tax credits for regular Americans, and that's screw over our soybean farmers. So anyway, they told me that if you make sure these people still have insurance, that's a huge deal to these rural hospitals. It means that they can maybe just barely eke by and make it, because otherwise people are going to get rid of their insurance, then they're going to show up in the emergency rooms because they're not going to be getting not just primary care, but elective surgeries, regular things they should be getting because they don't have the insurance, and they're going to show up in the emergency rooms, and then the hospitals are going to be paying for that care. That's what we're dealing with here. And these increases are going to force people across the country to make these impossible decisions. Constituent was caught off guard of mine by a $2,000 premium increase. A family of four considering downgrading their insurance plan, and a father who expects that his family will owe $16,000 more next year. One woman currently saves more than $450 per month because of the ACA tax credit. She's retired, she's single, so she does not have any additional income coming in. And that gives her the $5,400 extra per year. And that is before you factor in, and this is important for people to know, because everyone's having trouble with what's going on in the insurance market right now. That's before you factor in what is expected to be a 21% increase in the premium. Another constituent has shared that her biggest fear is affording health care for her family. She said, please keep up the fight for the ACA subsidies. Every day the cost for just living goes up. I'm worried for my family. We know our healthcare system is far from perfect. There are many steps we should take to improve it. I could spend the whole day giving you some ideas that would be constructive. One of the things that I finally got passed into law that I spent years working on and leading the bill, a negotiation of prices under Medicare. Congress, before I got here, somehow locked itself in to what the prices should be under Medicare, and you could see people and our worthy veterans under the VA getting much better deals on their drugs than all of the seniors in America. Why? Because the VA was negotiating for prices and Medicare was banned from negotiating. So we opened that up for at least 10 drugs in the first year, drugs like Xarelto and Eliquis and Januvia and Jardiance, big drugs with big populations of people that use them. And we got that negotiation started during the last administration, and we're able to get some remarkable savings, but there should be many more savings. And these are supposed to be negotiated 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs. And I can tell you right now, I'm watching to make sure that happens. But there could be a lot more we could do on the front of pharmaceuticals and many other areas of healthcare. But instead, the least we can do right now is make sure that people are going to end up bankrupt when small farm bankruptcy is at a 5-year high right now, who live in rural areas. We're asking our colleagues to come to the table. We're asking the Republicans in the House of Representatives to return to work so that they aren't outnumbered by a bunch of statues that have been sitting there for 100 years in the rotunda. We'd like the real representatives to come back and join us in negotiating to end the shutdown, which is what we want, but also to do something to help Americans with their health care. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President. The senator from Colorado. Mr. President, this really is a turning point for our country, and a turning point in our fight to make healthcare more accessible for all Americans. For the first time in 6 years, the government is shut down. Certainly nobody wanted to get to this point, including me. But we're here for one reason, because MAGA Republicans shut down the government because they refused to address the healthcare crisis that they've created. Earlier this summer, the administration passed their, what we call the Big Bad Betrayal Act, as we call it, at a time when Americans are begging for financial relief. They were stripped of health care, faced with the loss of health care for 15 million people. That's right. The MAGA Republicans have gutted more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, health care that literally millions of Americans rely on. And we're not just talking years in the future, it starts this month. At the end of this year, the Affordable Care Act's tax credits will expire unless Republicans act now to extend them. If they don't, and they are clearly divided on this issue, premiums across the country, on average, are going to double starting next year. As a little perspective, that means many Coloradans will pay over $1,000 more for health care in 2026 than they did in 2025. Now, insurance companies are just starting to notify Americans about these massive cost increases. And you talk about a kick in the gut. When I was governor, we expanded healthcare to 400,000 Coloradans with help from the ACA tax credits. We got to 96% coverage for Coloradans to have healthcare. MAGA Republicans want to undo that progress, and we shouldn't let that happen. It doesn't end there. The budget bill is the centerpiece of a much broader campaign to strip healthcare coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. The moment the president took office, MAGA Republicans essentially handed him and Secretary Kennedy a free pass to attempt to dismantle our public health care system and to destroy much of the science-backed public health policy. Now, what exactly did they do? Well, the president and RFK Jr. fired every single member of the CDC's independent panel on vaccines and replaced them with vaccine skeptics, people that really didn't believe too much in the value of vaccines. Then when the president's own CDC director voiced her opposition, they fired her too. Now that puppet panel completely changed the COVID vaccine recommendations for Americans. Now folks across the country are struggling to figure out whether they can get a vaccine at the pharmacy and what it's going to cost. The president's first administration oversaw Operation Warp Speed, which developed the first COVID vaccines in what was almost a miraculously rapid time frame. But now he's actively undermining that same science. It's astounding. Reproductive health care, they're gutting that too. Again, back when I was governor in Colorado, we made free and low-cost birth control accessible to every Coloradan. We reduced unwanted pregnancies by almost 60%. Now this administration is doing everything they can to eliminate the last remaining abortion protections. They're threatening access to mifepristone, a medication that's been proven safe and effective for nearly 30 years. On top of that, they've completely given up on things like fighting cancer, slashing hundreds of millions of dollars in cancer-related research grants. That's right, you heard me clearly, cancer. Now we can't even agree that cancer is worth beating. If that wasn't enough, the White House actually reached out, publicized, the president talked to pregnant women, told pregnant women not to trust their doctors, but that they could feel assured that taking Tylenol while you're pregnant would cause autism. They did this without any scientific proof. It's hard to believe that they were telling pregnant women that Tylenol was going to cause autism. It's in many ways one large diabolical fear tactic, and it puts the health of so many Americans at risk. And we can't let it continue, which really brings us to this showdown. We're asking for this administration to negotiate and to take basic action to restore health care to Americans. MAGA Republicans I think they should be thanking us for giving them an off-ramp to undo the horrendous cuts that are going to ruin people's lives, real lives. It will cost people their lives. So far, no one seems to be listening, but here's what's at stake if we don't hold our ground. I recently, a couple weeks ago, visited a nursing home in Lakewood, Colorado. Now, many Americans don't know this, but Medicaid covers the cost of roughly 60% of residents in nursing homes across the country. At the facility I visited in Lakewood, over 90% of the residents are there because of Medicaid. I sat in a circle surrounded by residents, some with disabilities, and their caregivers, all trying to understand what these cuts meant for their health, for their lives. One resident told me point blank that Medicaid saved his life. He said he would still be living on the streets without it because the cost of his epilepsy medication was far too high. His health care, his medication, the roof over his head is now under threat with these cuts coming to Medicaid. This is a very sobering truth. If you're a single adult in Colorado, you don't even qualify for Medicaid. You'll be making too much to qualify for Medicaid if you earn more than $1,735 a month. That is $10 an hour. If you make more than $10 an hour, you don't qualify for Medicaid. So you've got to be working, and you've got to make less than $10 an hour. Pretty easy to verify, and creating the red tape and bureaucracy to get at these mythical cases of abuse, it defies rational thought. The president's big ugly bill doesn't just put a $1 trillion hole in healthcare, but it creates mountains of paperwork and endless reams of red tape. It creates challenges for people with disabilities, and people making $10 an hour are going to have a real hard time navigating. And if they fill out a form incorrectly or they don't turn it in on time, they get something wrong, they'll get kicked right off of healthcare. It's immoral. It's inhumane. This is what Medicaid is for, to make sure Americans get the care they need to stay alive, to keep shelter over their heads when they need around-the-clock care. All of it's under threat. Take one look on social media and you'll see why the White House and MAGA are trying to make this into one big joke. It's a carnival of jokes. But they can't avoid the suffering and the fear that their actions are causing. Americans elected a president because he promised to fight for the people who slipped through the cracks. But he's turning the very ground they stand on into quicksand. MAGA Republicans have passed a bill to take health care from 15 million Americans. Americans with cancer, sick kids, people living in nursing homes. With the money they saved, they gave trillion-dollar tax breaks, in many cases to the wealthiest of Americans and to the largest of corporations. Now, hundreds of rural hospitals and clinics are at risk of closure. Millions of Americans are going to be uninsured. Many of them have pre-existing conditions, which will make them getting insurance again nearly impossible. And they're going to be faced with healthcare premiums that will be doubling. And that's for literally millions of Coloradans or millions of Americans. And we're not talking decades in the future. We're talking about next month when these premiums go up. By November 1st, Coloradans on the marketplace plans that they get from the healthcare exchange, they'll be getting the terrifying news, the alert from the insurance company that their premiums are about to increase. What we're being told is that some Colorado families are going to see price tags $1,000 a month higher than what their normal payments were. Democrats are fighting for one thing, to protect the essential care that millions of Americans rely on every single day. It's about making sure that moms and dads, little kids, grandparents, newborn babies don't fall through the trillion-dollar hole that MAGA has created in our healthcare system. Let's work together, let's reopen the government and protect the healthcare for the people of this country. We'll be waiting and ready at the negotiating table. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think there is a tendency in this place, but probably in the country writ large, to compartmentalize each news cycle, to get outraged by every new contest to free speech or to the rule of law or to the power of Congress, but to really never see the full picture. Yesterday's assault on a particular democratic norm is forgotten, and we just wake up the next day to some new outrage. And I know that when people like me start talking about creeping authoritarianism in America, a lot of my Republican colleagues tune out. They think it's hyperbole or just politics. But I think it's time for all of us, Republicans and Democrats, to really step back and come to terms with the full picture of what is happening right now in America. I know that there are many Republicans in this chamber who are not ready to give up on democracy. But there are a group of radicals surrounding the president who have convinced him to operationalize a plan that is designed to try to crush political opposition and dissent in this country. When democracies die, sometimes it's in a coup, sometimes it's through violence, sometimes it's the occupation of the parliament building, sometimes it's the cancellation of elections. But normally, that's not how democracies wither and vanish. In countries that have lost healthy democracy, normally what happens is that over time, the regime, the party in power, just contracts the space for dissent, for speech, for political opposition, such that while elections still happen, the opposition party can never win. The rules get rigged, essentially, so that the party in power never, ever loses. That is the plan. That is what President Trump and the radicals around him are trying to do to America. I know that many of my colleagues aren't on board for this plan, but I worry that many of my colleagues refuse to see it in its totality because they deal with one outrage at a time. They justify one assault at a time without seeing the full scope of it. We aren't on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. Now, it's not a fait accompli. It is not certain to be successful. But if we aren't clear-eyed about what is happening, then we have no chance to arrest it. If my Republican colleagues don't force themselves to pull back and see the totality of what is happening to the political opposition, it's hard to see because it's not happening to you. It's happening to your colleagues. You're not in jeopardy of being arrested. My colleagues are. Your allies are not being taken down off the air. Ours are. If we don't all pull back and see this for what it is, we will wake up and there will be a day where our democracy is gone. And so I want to talk to my colleagues today about the totality of this plan. And it really happens in 5 steps. The first step is to convert the justice system into a political witch hunt operation. Every totalitarian relies on the justice system to punish dissent, but also to immunize illegality for loyalists. That's the deal you get in a totalitarian state. If you speak out against the government, well, then the legal system comes crashing down on you. But if you are loyal to the government, then you can get away with crimes.
We are seeing this at scale right now. The indictment of James Comey for no crime. Not a single prosecutor in that office in Virginia would sign the indictment, not a single one, until President Trump sent his personal lawyer to take over that office, because only she would sign the indictment. We see this in the arrests that are being readied for at least one Democratic senator, for the Soros family, for the Attorney General of New York, for behavior that is not criminal, for behavior that apparently, reportedly, has been engaged in by plenty of other people. But you also see it in the way that it ultimately plays out in a very quiet way. The goal here is not to arrest everybody that opposes Donald Trump. The idea here is to just put enough fear into the ranks of those who might speak truth to power that they stay quiet. And it's undoubtedly happening. There are undoubtedly people in this country who see what is being threatened to Senator Schiff, what has happened to James Comey, and they have just decided to remain silent. This is a tried and true tactic of a totalitarian state, is that they threaten people with arrest if they speak up, and lots of people just decide not to speak up in the first place. But what also happens is that if you are loyal to the regime, you get away with crimes. See what happened to the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. He allegedly had committed a crime. He had committed significant corruption, but was exonerated by President Trump only after the mayor pledged his political loyalty to the president. In fact, one of the president's representatives and the mayor went on television to essentially publicly do the handshake. Loyalty from the mayor to the president, and exoneration of corruption from the government to the mayor. This is how totalitarian regimes control speech. They punish through the legal system dissent. They immunize corruption amongst those who are loyal. The second part of the plan is to eliminate free press and replace it with state-run media. Now, I don't know that I'd go so far to say that we have state-run media in the United States yet, but there is an attempt underway to try to use the vast regulatory powers of the administration to censor media. And again, the administration isn't hiding it. They are going on TV and celebrating the fact that in the latest instance, they threatened to pull the licenses of TV stations that didn't take off the air one of the president's loudest critics. But we also see it through the consolidation of media into the hands of allies of the president. One family that has just taken control of a major media group that owns, amongst other properties, CBS, is looking to also take control of CNN and may have an ownership stake and a control stake in TikTok. That family has shown a willingness to censor content, pulling Stephen Colbert off the air, and to put in place essentially Trump-approved censors for their future news content. So you get to state-run media, not necessarily through the state owning and operating media, but by the state using its regulatory powers, its control of licenses and mergers, to make clear to the billionaire class that they can own media, that they can make a lot of money off of media, but only if it propagates Trump's narrative and suppresses criticism. It's happening right now. We're watching it happen. The third step in the plan is to militarize law enforcement. the deployment of the military to Chicago and to Portland to Los Angeles is illegal. It is illegal. But it is designed to try to once again quell dissent and protest. This isn't about public safety. This is about political intimidation. And you're just naive if you think that folks aren't going to be a little bit less interested in showing up at a protest if they're worried about getting roughed up by law enforcement. You are naive to think that there isn't an impact on speech when the military is patrolling your streets. The signal that is being sent is that if you speak up in opposition to this president, you are going to be greeted by troop deployments and tear gas and military helicopters. The fourth step in this plan is seizing control of government spending and taxation. And here is where I fail to understand why there isn't bipartisan agreement, why we don't join hands. Our founding fathers saw what the British king did, using taxation and spending in order to compel loyalty to the crown, in order to punish the colonists when they rose up in defense of their rights. And so when they wrote the Constitution, they deliberately put the spending and taxation powers not in the hands of the executive, but in the hands of Congress, where every faction is represented. Thus, this body is in a position to broadly protect the rights of all people. Trump is seizing spending power from us, canceling grants unilaterally, most recently, brazenly deciding to refuse to spend money only in the states represented by Democrats. The day after the shutdown began, they announced that they were first suspending billions of dollars worth of projects in just one city, New York City, not coincidentally represented by the Democratic leader in the House and the Senate. And then hours after, they released a list of canceled energy projects. They listed the states that they were being canceled, and every single one of those states was represented by 2 Democratic senators. Everybody knew what was happening. It was an effort to use the spending power seized by the executive to punish representatives of the people who oppose the president politically. And then the fifth part of the plan is to rig the rules when the rules don't work for you. This is happening in the way that President Trump is going state by state and demanding that congressional lines be redrawn in the middle of a 10-year cycle in which traditionally we leave lines as they are. Why? He's, again, been totally honest and transparent about it. He just wants more Republicans elected. Even if the majority of people in a particular state favor Democrats, he wants the lines drawn in a way that would elect more Republicans to Congress. Now, in this case, it's of course forced Democratic states to do the same, but it was Donald Trump that started this cycle of changing the rules in order to make sure that his party stays in power, that he stays in power no matter how unpopular he gets. You see the same thing happening with respect to the control of information. Totalitarian states, they can't accept truth. They can't accept truth, so they try to destroy truth. Well, that's what Donald Trump is doing by banning reporters from the White House that don't toe the Trump or MAGA line. That's what they're doing in saying to reporters at the Department of Defense, you can't report on military operations unless you are given pre-approval. That's what happened to the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When the labor statistics showed that the economy wasn't good, that guy got fired and replaced by somebody who would issue fake numbers that made the economy look better. You convert the justice system so that it pursues your political enemies and exonerates your political loyalists for crimes. You eliminate the free press and you replace it with a state-run or state-influenced media. You militarize law enforcement. You seize control of government spending and taxation. You rig the rules of democracy in your favor. You can't see the indictment of Comey, the cancellation of Kimmel, the troops in Chicago as different events. They are all part of the same story. They are all part of a plan, a well thought out plan to try to destroy American democracy and create a new set of rules that will allow Trump and his allies to rule forever. I know this sounds extreme. It is. But if you connect the dots, if you allow yourself to see the whole story, the totality of this story, you will see the grave danger that we are in. I know that it's often easiest for all of us, but probably especially for supporters of the president who still support democracy, to just assume the best instead of assuming the worst, or to just kind of close the door and batten down the hatches until the storm leaves town. But think about how we will feel if this 250-year democratic experiment disappears on our watch, and we didn't do all we could as a body, as a citizenry, simply because we didn't want to face the hard reality. The authoritarian takeover isn't coming. It's here. We're in the middle of it. But it is not too late for everybody to see it and for us to stop it. I yield the floor.
Under this is what was happening under Joe Biden. United States senators spied upon, former presidents, the political opponents of the president at the time, targeted, prosecuted, pro-lifers targeted, prosecuted, Catholics targeted, prosecuted, 92 conservative organizations put under surveillance, targeted for potential prosecution. Gee, I don't know. Would you call that an example of weaponization, Attorney General Bonnie? Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Senator Hawley, that is the ultimate weaponization. And weaponization under Donald Trump has ended.
This is what was happening under Joe Biden. United States senators spied upon, former presidents, the political opponents of the president at the time, targeted, prosecuted, pro-lifers targeted, prosecuted, Catholics targeted, prosecuted, 92 conservative organizations put under surveillance, targeted for potential prosecution. Gee, I don't know. Would you call that an example of weaponization, Attorney General Bonnie? Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Senator Hawley, that is the ultimate weaponization. And weaponization under Donald Trump has ended.
This is what was happening under Joe Biden. United States senators spied upon, former presidents, the political opponents of the president at the time, targeted, prosecuted, pro-lifers targeted, prosecuted, Catholics targeted, prosecuted, 92 conservative organizations put under surveillance, targeted for potential prosecution. Gee, I don't know. Would you call that an example of weaponization, Attorney General Bonnie? Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Senator Hawley, that is the ultimate weaponization. And weaponization under Donald Trump has ended.
This I've heard over and over. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, good to see you. Welcome. I've been listening closely in this hearing, and I've heard over and over from my Democrat colleagues concerns about targeting political enemies, and they've accused you of all manner of things and the current president. I've also heard them said, and I just wrote it down because I wanted to be sure I heard it correctly. I've heard them say that Joe Biden never targeted his political enemies. Joe Biden never directed his attorney general to target his political opponents. Huh. That's interesting, because I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone. Let's look at it. We've got a list. Tapped my phone, tapped Lindsey Graham's phone, tapped Marsha Blackburn's phone, tapped 5 other phones of United States senators. Gee, it sure looks like targeting political opponents to me, and yet I haven't heard a word from that side of the dais about any concern whatsoever. We've got nothing but concerns today, but no concern at all for a Justice Department that is tapping the phones of sitting United States senators because who knows why. They don't like them. They're members of the opposition party. They're Republicans. They're conservatives. You've seen this document, Attorney General Bondi. Well, what was going on here? Who ordered this? Who ordered the tapping of the phones of United States senators?
Senator Hawley, I cannot discuss the details of that right now for very good reason.
You're going to do a thorough investigation into this, I trust. Is that correct?
We will be looking at all aspects of this, and I have talked to Director Patel at length about
And
this.
you're going to figure out who was involved in this, who signed off on it, who knew about it. You're going to get to the bottom of all of it. Is it correct?
Yes, and I've spoken to Director Patel about it, and he is committed to doing this.
Well, I can tell you, we already know many of the details. We already know that this was ordered by the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, who reported directly to the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland. And we know that Jack Smith was on his witch hunt because he was directed to do so by the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Let's just remember. Let's take a walk down memory lane. April 2nd, 2022, the New York Times. Garland faces growing pressure. The Times says as recently as late last year, that would have been 2021, Mr. Biden confided to his inner circle he believed former President Trump was a threat to democracy and should be prosecuted. It goes on to say that the Biden was frustrated with Garland and wanted him to take decisive action against Trump. Here's what we're talking about. Trump, of course, was a private citizen at the time. So he appoints his own hitman, Jack Smith, who goes after the president, former president, who goes after members of this body. You know, the thing about it, though, that really strikes me is that it didn't stop with members of the United States Senate. Did it, Attorney General Bondi? It didn't stop here at all. I mean, just as egregious, maybe more so than tapping the phones of U.S. senators, is this memo that I know you've seen before. Let's just look at it again. This is an FBI memo from the same time period, I might add, from the same time period, in which the Federal Bureau of Investigation attempts to recruit informants into Catholic parishes in this country. So here you have an administration that is activating the FBI against its political opponents and tapping the phones of United States senators. Can I just say that again for my colleagues, for the benefit of my colleagues on the other side of the dais? Tapping the phones of United States senators. This isn't hypothetical. This isn't maybe what will you do in the future. This isn't, oh, gee, can you imagine a situation? This happened. This happened. And this happened. The targeting of Catholics in this country because Joe Biden and his FBI didn't like Catholics who went to a certain kind of mass. I mean, good God in heaven. What is happening to this country? What happened under Joe Biden? Or then how about this? The infamous school board memo, where Merrick Garland, at the direction of the White House, issued a memo activating the FBI's counterterrorism division against parents who attended school board meetings and had the temerity to ask what their kids were being taught. And some of those parents were treated like this. Let's just remember. Let's remember how parents were treated. Treated like this man. A parent at a school board meeting, I think in Virginia, who was drug out of the school board meeting. He's bloodied there. You can see it. And what was the response of Joe Biden's DOJ and FBI? It was to issue a memorandum saying that people like this ought to be investigated by the counterterrorism unit. And unbelievably, they were. They were. Or how about this? Let's remember Mark Houck and the pro-lifers who were prosecuted for what? For going to a clinic, an abortion clinic, and praying on a sidewalk outside the abortion clinic. This is Mark Houck and his beautiful family at Mass. This man, at the direction of Joe Biden's FBI, this man had an FBI SWAT team come to his door in the early morning hours with his beautiful children there, terrorizing them with weapons drawn. He was then arrested and prosecuted. Unfortunately, a jury acquitted him. This is what was happening under Joe Biden. United States senators spied upon. Former presidents, the political opponents of the president at the time, targeted, prosecuted. Pro-lifers, targeted, prosecuted. Catholics, targeted, prosecuted. 92 conservative organizations put under surveillance, targeted for potential prosecution. Gee, I don't know. Would you call that an example of weaponization, Attorney General Bonnie? Do you think that's a fair characterization?
Senator Hawley, that is the ultimate weaponization. And weaponization under Donald Trump has ended. It has ended. Harmeet Dillon is running our civil rights unit, and she is doing an incredible job. No longer will parents be targeted. No longer will parents who care about whether their elementary school children have to read a transgender book be targeted and told they cannot have any say in their child's education. That has ended under this administration. People can worship freely, whether they're Catholics at synagogues or Muslims. Everyone can worship freely. That was the ultimate weaponization. They were targeting Catholics. No longer. They have been targeting so many American citizens throughout this country. And Senator Hawley, you have been a champion of this, and thank you for being a champion of that. But under Donald Trump's watch, it has ended.
Let's just take the school board memo where Garland turns the anti-terrorism division of the FBI onto parents. I asked him about that to his face. I said, did the White House have any involvement in this? Joe Biden, he said, no, that was a lie. We now know the White House directed it. The Catholic parishes memo, trying to recruit spies into parishes. I said, did you actually send this out to agents? They said, oh, no, it was just a draft. That was a lie. They sent it out to over 1,000 agents around the country. They said that they weren't targeting any political opponents. They were wiretapping my phone. I mean, these guys are unbelievable. And Steve, we still don't have accountability. I don't know who's been fired. I want to know. I don't know who's being prosecuted for this. We need to see some prosecutions. And we need to know who was involved from the Biden administration from the top down. Let's just take the school board memo where Garland turns the anti-terrorism division of the FBI onto parents. I asked him about that to his face. I said, did the White House have any involvement in this? Joe Biden, he said, no, that was a lie. We now know the White House directed it. The Catholic parishes memo, trying to recruit spies into parishes. I said, did you actually send this out to agents? They said, oh, no, it was just a draft. That was a lie. They sent it out to over 1,000 agents around the country. They said that they weren't targeting any political opponents. They were wiretapping my phone. I mean, these guys are unbelievable. And Steve, We still don't have accountability. I don't know who's been fired. I want to know. I don't know who's being prosecuted for this. We need to see some prosecutions. And we need to know who was involved from the Biden administration from the top down. Let's just take the school board memo where Garland turns the
You're making it difficult for the rest of us, because word gets out, if you get to a certain city, maybe Chicago being one of them, that you're home free, and that just encourages more illegal immigration. Do you deal with that? Agree with that?
I do, Senator Graham, and can I add something to that?
Sure.
Please. One of our biggest wins was against the Sinaloa cartel, and that came in Chicago. The state of Illinois has a Trust Act, which prevents local law enforcement from cooperating with our federal immigration authorities. And that's what I was trying to talk to Senator Durbin about. On September 15th, our partners at ICE arrested an illegal alien from Mexico for beating a 21-year-old man to death. He had been imprisoned in Illinois prior to the murder and was released under Illinois' Trust Act. We filed multiple lawsuits in Illinois for sanctuary policies, specifically in-state tuition for illegal aliens and obstructing employers from verifying citizenship. You can't make this up.
We need an internet bill of rights. And every time I heard it, something inside of me screamed and said, why? Why do we need that? We already have one. It's called the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, written in ink, not suggestions. Why would we rewrite our rights to placate tech tyrants who think they're above the law? Why would we kneel before Silicon Valley, especially now with Donald J. Trump in a position to use one pen stroke and it's over? A man who knows damn well how to lead. What we need isn't new parchment. We need real enforcement. We need an addendum to the First Amendment for digital platforms, a powerful executive order with 1,000% flexibility to go after any and all guilty parties, plain and simple.
One wrong move and your entire channel could be demonetized, deleted, or you could even get sued.
I had a client who got 3 strikes and he lost his channel. He doesn't even really want his channel back. He just wants his videos back.
Kept getting blocked videos. I would spend a lot of time working on a reaction or working on like a breakdown video, and then I would put it out there and it would get blocked, and then I'm just kind of screwed. I just can't do anything with it.
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints.
Huge thank you to the president today. This is a tremendous achievement for the people of Alaska. We were in the North Slope of Alaska a few months ago celebrating energy development there. They want jobs and opportunity to develop the resources on their lands. This is another major step forward. We say energy is the lifeblood of society, the circulatory system. Minerals and metals, they're the skeletal infrastructure, the physical upholding of everything we do. Everywhere we walk and operate, your cameras, everything you hold are made out of metals and minerals. President Biden thought it was appropriate to offshore both of these industries outside of our country. That has not left us in a strong place. President Trump, in his first term and even more strongly in his second term, is bringing those industries back to our country. America was a mining powerhouse for a long, long time, and our mining industry got squelched. Now we're seeing it come back to life. You saw the president's truth not long ago about a deal for lithium production in Nevada just a week or so ago. This will more than tenfold increase American lithium production. And this infrastructure, this mining road in the Ambler Mining District, will just have immense impact on future mining opportunities for our country's security and economic opportunities for the people of Alaska.
President.
The Democratic whip.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today, for the first time since her confirmation earlier this year, Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee to answer for her tenure in the office of the Attorney General for this calendar year. From the outset, the Attorney General was not apparently happy to be there. She ducked many questions, and I think she believed we wouldn't notice. We did. In her opening statement, the Attorney General said, quote, that playing politics with law enforcement powers, as she claims previous administrations have, will go down as a historic betrayal of public trust. And that quote, this is the kind of conduct that shatters the American people's faith in our law enforcement system. That's interesting coming from an Attorney General who, over the course of 8 very long months, has presided over exactly such a betrayal of public trust. The Attorney General has systematically weaponized the Department of Justice, turning it into a shield to protect President Trump and his allies and a sword to attack his opponents. She has made clear that her loyalties lie first and foremost with the President, not with the Constitution. And in doing so, she effectively has shut down justice at the Department of Justice even before the party controlling the White House
Senate, and House of Representatives shut down the government. Last week on the Senate floor and in the wake of the federal indictment against former FBI Director James Comey that was ordered by President Trump expressly, I warned of the dangers posed by weaponizing the Justice Department in a political fashion. A president enabled by people like this Attorney General, who can warp the Department of Justice and FBI into a personal police force to target his enemies, can turn it against ordinary Americans too. And unfortunately, the city of Chicago, which I'm proud to represent, is feeling that today. In an especially egregious instance in the city's South Shore neighborhood last Tuesday night, hundreds of armed federal agents rappelled from Black Hawk helicopters and swarmed an apartment building in the South Shore area. This made-for-movies entrance was into a building which apparently the ICE agents knew little about the occupants. ICE rampaged through the building, breaking down doors, rousting people out of bed, rounding up the residents without cause, detaining many with zip ties, including women and children. When one of the ICE agents was confronted with the children, he said, "F them kids." Detaining not just immigrants, but US citizens for hours on end with no justification isn't fighting crime. It's cruel and it's un-American. Attorney General Bondi's Justice Department has defended this dubious legal basis for federal deployments in Illinois and diverted Department of Justice personnel and their components to assist with these efforts. So today, many of us pushed her for answers. I asked her if anyone at the White House consulted her about the National Guard deployments to Chicago and other cities. She refused to answer that she'd even had a conversation with the White House about their justification for sending hundreds of National Guard troops into the city of Chicago. I asked what secret the Attorney General was trying to hide from the American people, who deserve to know the legitimate legal rationale deploying American military to our cities. She responded by attempting to blame Democrats for the Republican shutdown and attacking me for not loving Chicago as much as I hate President Trump. That was a quote. I've been a member of the Judiciary Committee for 20 years plus. Never have I encountered a witness from any other administration of either political party responding to legitimate questions with personal attacks. She had a personal attack crafted for each one of the senators and thought she was getting the best of us. But that kind of unserious response is what we've come to expect from Trump administration officials, whose priority is loyalty, not the rule of law. If DOJ is serious about reducing crimes, they would work in conjunction with state and local leaders to implement evidence-based policies that do drive down violence. The fact is that this administration actually cares more about spreading fear into the hearts of our communities and catering to the vengeful whims of President Trump and Steve Miller. It's political theater with an immense human price tag. I also asked Attorney General about the Epstein client list. She wouldn't touch it. She said in February publicly that the client list was, quote, sitting on her desk. Well, it's October, and the American people are still waiting for answers on this. She refused today to provide any information about this list. And we know why. A few months ago, a credible whistleblower told my office that FBI agents were instructed to flag any mention of President Trump in the files for Mr. Epstein. If true, that's not law enforcement, that's political protection. So I pressed her again today for more information to be made public. She refused. Mr. President, what we saw in today's hearing was an Attorney General unwilling, maybe unable, to defend what has happened in her department. Whether it's the Epstein files, Chicago immigration raids, sweetheart deals for Trump allies, or the mass purging of career law enforcement, her silence tells a story. Saying, quote, "I'm not going to discuss this with you," may have worked today, but one day she'll need to answer for her conduct in this role, and she'll need to defend her record, one that saw the dismantling of the Department of Justice for political purposes on her watch. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
signed, there's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the US?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada and, they have them with us. I will say with our farmers, as you know, they went up to as much as 400%, 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with a very small product, but it was high. So we've always had tariffs between the two of us. And actually, Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural product. And that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down.
Signed, there's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the US?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada and, they have them with us. I will say with our farmers, as you know, they went up to as much as 400%, 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with a very small product, but it was high. So we've always had tariffs between the two of us. And actually, Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural product. And that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down.
Lord, forgive us, my boys and me. We're having an all-night revival. Some will call the women and some will steal the Bible. For to save my survival. Baptize me in a bottle of bean for Johnny on the vinyl.
Is it the White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way. Okay? Thank you.
Is it the White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way. Okay? Thank you. You could say, depending, we're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, et cetera. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen.
sure they provide great services to us. And by the way, when you're
Mr. President,
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, the story of America is the story of a people who looked upon the West and saw promise. Where others saw wilderness, Americans saw a future. They dammed rivers that had flowed ungoverned since creation, mined mountains that had defied the reach of man, and turned harsh plains into fields that would feed a continent. From that audacity came a republic that could feed itself, power itself, and then, when tested, defend itself. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act, known commonly as FLPMA, enshrined this principle of multiple use and sustained yield for federal lands. It codified the promise that the land belongs to the people and ought, therefore, to serve them. Its promise was plural: energy, grazing, recreation, timber, conservation, each coexisting with the others in balanced and productive harmony. The law does not permit federal officials to choose one purpose to the exclusion of all the rest. It demands balance, and it demands use in particular. But the Biden administration's clerics of the Green New scam disregarded that agreement, struck nearly a half century ago. They preferred a museum to a nation, an America under glass, admired but untouchable. Under their edicts, vast stretches of land, millions upon millions of acres, have been sealed off from the citizens who built their livelihoods upon them. In Montana, North Dakota, and Alaska, communities that have mined, grazed, and worked for generations are now treated as trespassers in their own story. Their supposed crime is self-reliance, hardly something we should be seeking to punish. Their punishment is unemployment. The Senate now faces 3 resolutions that would help restore the balance. Each disapproves of a Biden administration decision that violated the multiple-use mandate of FLPMA and locked away public land from productive Americans, contrary to FLPMA's promise. In Montana, for example, the Miles City Resource Management Plan barred future coal leasing across nearly 2 million acres, erasing access to 338 million tons of clean domestic coal. In North Dakota, more than 4 million acres of federal coal reserves were closed, nearly 99% of the reserves available in that state. And in Alaska, the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan imposed new restrictions on 56 million acres of land, including millions of acres newly labeled as quote-unquote areas of critical environmental concern. One of the great trick plays used by the left in order to bring about de facto wilderness or de facto monument designations without actually having to go through the process that the relevant laws would require. Joe Biden's bureaucrats rode over the voices of those who actually live near that land and live with the consequences of these bad decisions. And the results were predictable: higher costs, lost jobs, and deeper dependence on nations that, to put it mildly, do not wish us well. Every shuttered mine, every idled rig is an act of self-imposed amnesia, a willful type of forgetting of what made America both prosperous and free. Now, luckily, President Trump and Secretary Burgum are correcting that course. They're returning resource management plans to their proper role under the law. That is, to manage the land responsibly and keep it working for the American people, the intended beneficiaries of those lands. The Congressional Review Act allows us, mercifully, to repeal these unlawful plans and restore the statutory balance Congress intended and Congress, in fact, created with the Congressional Review Act. When these resolutions of disapproval take effect, after they've been passed and signed into law by President Trump, the Bureau of Land Management will still have the necessary environmental analysis to issue new resource management plans that are consistent with the law and the clear intent of Congress. Plans that open access where it was previously closed, respect local voices that were previously ignored, and bring federal management back within its legal balance. That is how the process should work. That's how it's supposed to work. Under the law as written, it's how it does work. It's at least how it always should have worked, but didn't work under the Biden administration, like so many other things. Now, Republicans are defending the right of free people here, the right of a free people to power their own future, to determine their own course. Democrats are still genuflecting before the altar of the Green New scam, clinging to their faith in their false hope that if only Americans grow poorer, the planet will somehow grow purer. And in that same spirit of self-righteous delusion, this week, Democrats are yet again bringing forth a measure to denounce President Trump for declaring an energy emergency. It's a gesture so unserious, it would be comical if it weren't so dangerous. At the very moment when the world is entering an energy race that will decide who commands the engines of artificial intelligence and all that go along with it, who manufactures the tools of war, and who will feed and defend their people, Democrats have instead chosen to strike a pose. They're congratulating themselves for denying the existence of the fire while standing in the smoke and holding the matches. Theirs are the politics of aesthetic virtue. Better to be cold and appear righteous than to be warm and competent. But the American people, fortunately, are not fools. They understand that we can no longer afford to pad the pockets of Democratic allies propping up unreliable industries that cannot, no matter how hard Democrats wish it were otherwise, they cannot keep the lights on while punishing the workers and the communities that can and will, if only we will allow it, without undue interference from the U.S. government. These resolutions to overturn the reckless Biden-era land plans are part of that larger defense. They would restore lawful management to public lands, honor the voices of those who live nearest to them and are therefore most directly affected by them, and keep faith with the law Congress enacted. Mr. President, nations that lose their memory soon lose their nerve. The same spirit that split the Rockies and bridged the Golden Gate cannot be reconciled with a bureaucracy that measures virtue by paralysis. America, in short, was not built by those who made idols of the land, but by those who worked it, and in so doing, ennobled both themselves and it. We cannot continue to bow to the Ashtoreth of climate alarmism and bow to the Moloch of eco-terrorism and pretend that that is going to work out well for America. Americans know better. Rewinding these management plans will not desecrate the environment, far from it. But they will deliver. They will deliver it from an orthodoxy that mistakes idleness for piety, reminding us that liberty, like the land itself, withers when left untouched. It's therefore with all the energy, enthusiasm that I'm capable of communicating that I invite my colleagues to do the right thing, to vote for these resolutions of disapproval, and to right the gross wrong that has been inflicted on the American people, particularly Americans in and around the states affected by these ill-designed, ill-conceived resource management plans. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have to advocate for them as well to say, listen, this is the reality of America. They are under pressure. They provide great services to us. And by the way, when your plan's delayed or you're canceled, they're the ones that are making sure that you don't fly when it's not safe.
President, today
They're the ones that make sure
will vote to proceed to my joint resolution to congressionally disapprove and officially roll back President Biden's anti-coal rule in Montana. HJ Res 104 is supported by the entire Montana delegation. And I want to thank Congressman Downing and Congressman Zinke for leading this resolution in the House, and for Senator Sheehy for joining me in the Senate. And this resolution is supported by many Montanans, starting with the governor of Montana, Governor Greg Gianforte, the mayor of Colstrip, Montana, the Montana Coal Council, the Montana Electric Co-ops, Northwestern Energy, local counties, both of the affected coal mines, and many, many more, and I will tell you, many, many more coal miners. I want to explain quickly what we are doing here today. Today we will take the first step in overturning the Miles City Resource Management Plan amendment that prohibits any new coal leasing in eastern Montana. Let me be very clear. This resolution only overturns the anti-coal amendment that was issued by the Biden administration after the last election in the final days of their term. None of the actions taken today affect the underlying Miles City Resource Management Plan or how the BLM manages recreation, conservation, and other energy developments in the state. Future coal development will be managed under the existing resource management plan as it had for years before Biden slipped in at the last hour this amendment. Now, why is this important to Montana? The Biden amendment prohibits all new coal leasing across all of eastern Montana. Eastern Montana and Wyoming are home to the Powder River Basin. These are the largest coal reserves in the United States. Many who are watching, when you think about Montana, you think about our amazing fly fishing streams, our national parks, our beautiful mountains, our wilderness areas, the tremendous hunting and hiking opportunities we provide. But many don't know that Montana has more recoverable coal than any state in the United States. And think about this, the Biden administration prohibited new coal development in America's largest coal reserve. BLM's resource management plans are meant to be a bipartisan process, taking in feedback from people on the ground and implementing the multiple use mission of the BLM. But sadly, the Biden administration tried to pull a fast one. They took this process, flipped it on its face, and they disregarded the voices of Montana. Well, I can tell you here this afternoon, the voices of Montana are speaking loudly with a united Montana delegation, both here in Washington as well as Montanans back home in the state. And we are going to right that wrong today. We're going to give Montana a voice in the process. Overturning this partisan rule will grow Montana energy jobs and help our rural communities. In fact, according to the Montana Coal Council, coal supports nearly 900 high-paying jobs in Montana and has provided $2.7 billion in federal, state, private, and tribal royalties. And in a letter from Montana's Governor, Greg Gianforte, he states this Biden rule amounts to a loss of $4.3 billion in future revenue to the state trust land beneficiaries, which includes K through 12 public education. This is a monumental moment for the state of Montana. I'm thrilled this is being considered today on the floor of the United States Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support Montana jobs, Montana communities, reliable and low-cost energy, and to vote yes on today's motion.
I have to advocate for them as well to say, listen, this is the reality of America. They are under pressure. They provide great services to us. And by the way, when your plan's delayed or you're canceled, they're the ones that are making sure that you don't fly when it's not safe. They're the ones that make sure we get to where we're going. And so I'm going to advocate for them. Again, let's open up the government. There's the conversations and the fights that are happening are about issues allegedly that are going to come to fruition at the end of the year. Open up the government, take the months to have a conversation and negotiate, but let's not use this as leverage with hardworking Americans that keep our sky safe for political benefit. I have to.
The change to the federal match for the Affordable Care Act Medicaid population in these states would mean that each state has to cover the cost of Medicaid by a greater amount. In total, it would shift $92 billion in costs from the federal government to the states. Wait a second. So you're telling me that in an article that is telling you which states provide health care to illegal aliens from May of 2025, before the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, they're saying that if the Big Beautiful Bill passes and those cuts were to take place, the same cuts that the Democrats are trying to put back into this continuing resolution to reopen the government, that $92 billion of cost would be shifted from the federal government to the states. In other words, the federal government was sending money to the states to reimburse them for giving health care to illegal aliens. And there you go. That's not me citing Breitbart News or Fox News or Newsmax. That is coming directly from Newsweek back in May of 2025. The left telling on themselves those exact cuts that the Democrats are against, that they are trying to put back into the continuing resolution that would open the government. They admit in that article right there, I read it to you, that those funds were being used to reimburse states that were giving health care, taxpayer funded health care to illegal aliens. It's over. Thanks so much for watching. For more from me and the rest of the LFA TV lineup, follow us on Rumble at rumble.com/LFA TV. Check out our website at lfatv.us or follow us on X at LFA TV US. We'll see you there. The change to the federal match for the Affordable Care Act Medicaid population in these states would mean that each state has to cover the cost of Medicaid by a greater amount. In total, it would shift $92 billion in costs from the federal government to the states. Wait a second. So you're telling me that in an article that is telling you which states provide health care to illegal aliens from May of 2025, before the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, they're saying that if the Big Beautiful Bill passes and those cuts were to take place, the same cuts that the Democrats are trying to put back into this continuing resolution to reopen the government, that $92 billion of cost would be shifted from the federal government to the states. In other words, the federal government was sending money to the states to reimburse them for giving health care to illegal aliens. And there you go. That's not me citing Breitbart News or Fox News or Newsmax. That is coming directly from Newsweek back in May of 2025. The left telling on themselves those exact cuts that the Democrats are against, that they're trying to put back into the continuing resolution that would open the government. They admit in that article right there, I read it to you, that those funds were being used to reimburse states that were giving health care, taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens.
Notwithstanding Rule 22, it be in order for the majority leader or his designee to make motions to proceed to H.J. Res. 104, H.J. Res. 105, and H.J. Res. 106, respectively, if the Senate companion measure has been discharged from committee, and for Senator Schiff or his designee to make a motion to discharge S.J. Res. 83.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the nominations.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the nomination on block. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Thanks. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Yorks, 571 homicides last year. If you were serious about protecting your people, you would be asking this administration for help. You're saying that we're coming into your state and your city. We're there to help make America safe and Illinois safe, whether or not you want to.
I believe cutting federal grant programs to law enforcement in my state and across the nation does not make us any safer, and you've done just that. You've supplanted that decision by sending in National Guard troops to California and other places. That is a situation where the governors have not asked for that help. If you truly wanted to do this on a bipartisan basis, you wouldn't defy a governor, you would work with them. I'm prepared to do that. I'm prepared to work with this administration. But cutting these grants to law enforcement does not make us any stronger as a nation or give us the tools we need to reduce crime in Chicago. Now, I'd just like to ask you, when it came to this Cutter situation, did you consult with the ethics office in the Department of Justice before making your decision on this gift of a jet?
Chairman, I didn't gift a jet to anyone. My Office of Legal Counsel provides confidential advice to the President, to the White House, period. And you're conflating two issues. Cutting grants. I was very clear about what grants we've cut and what grants we haven't. Only 7%. And if you have a grant in Illinois that you think that I've cut that is not that is protecting law enforcement officers or your people, you personally call me and I will work with you to turn that grant back on. I think many of the Democrats here can tell you, I have worked with them to turn grants back on. There's an appeal process. Tell me a specific grant that I have turned off in Illinois that would help law enforcement, and I will work with you. But you have not done that.
Did you take a look?
The National Guard is on the way right now as we speak. Oh, by the way, so is Director Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. You're sitting here grilling me, and they're on their way to Chicago to keep your state safe.
Madam Attorney General, it's my job to grill you. Investigation of your agency is part of my responsibility and this committee. You may not like the experience, but others have weathered the storm and answered questions in a respectful manner.
Can you tell me the grants,
Yes.
Ranking Member, please?
Take a look at the president's budget on HIDA grants. What happens to it in his proposed budget?
I'd be glad to meet with you on the
It's
grants.
cut by 1/3 from $300 million to 196. That's one example of a grant that works. And your administration has suggested cutting it in the budget lies ahead. I want to ask you about items in a letter I sent you in July that you have not answered. In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo. You also didn't let me respond to the HIDA question. The budget transfers $196 million for high-intensity drug trafficking areas to the Office of Justice Programs, OJP. The Justice Department will continue to administer those grants under OJP in 2026.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And You know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman campaign donations,
Never
who was a
heard.
huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that.
And I will quarrel with you as to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this. And you won't do it today, but eventually you will. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
I got
Mr. Chairman,
something here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, since Senator Durbin referred to me, I would really appreciate the opportunity to correct the record.
Proceed.
Because Senator Durbin knows I repeatedly asked for those flight logs. I brought up the subpoena. You even shut down the committee because you didn't want that, and you know I submitted that in writing, and you continue to misrepresent that, and I am not going to let that record stand.
We'll get it down even further, but insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it? Paxlovid. He's got Paxlovid. Give me a Paxlovid immediately. We'll get it down even further, but insulin was, people weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there. Don't you have Paxlovid? What is it? Paxlovid. He's got Paxlovid. Give me a Paxlovid immediately. We'll get it.
Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Would you? Mr. Tuberville.
The Portland Police Bureau is to blame for everything that's going on here in Portland, and I'll explain in a second. I am a retired Green Beret, former infantryman, retired Green Beret, and also a former police officer, not in the state of Oregon, thank God. Here's why they're to blame. I've been here since Friday, and every single thing that I have seen since I've been on the ground here The Portland Police Bureau is to blame for everything that's going on here in Portland, and I'll explain in a second. I am a retired Green Beret, former infantryman, retired Green Beret, and also a former police officer, not in the state of Oregon, thank God. Here's why they're to blame. I've been here since Friday, and every single thing that I have seen since I've been on the ground here, I can pin to the Portland Police Bureau. All they have to do is enforce 3 simple laws that are currently on the books. They are law enforcement officers, after all. The first one, disorderly conduct, but not just for fighting, for blocking traffic. It's listed in Oregon revised statutes. They can take care of that one. And here's a great example as to why.
Look at that. All these folks, man, they came down the street over here on the left, just in a straight line, and just made straight for the facility and went in there. They definitely deployed some OC spray because I tasted it. So I know that happened. I saw them arrest a couple people when they first came. The feds came out. Now here's the crazy part, is you have the protesters that are blocking the roadway right here. And then right across the street, don't know what that is, but then right across the street, you actually have Portland police that are sitting there. And it looks like they're gearing up and getting ready to go. So that's happening. I promise you that. Or are they packing up and leaving? They're leaving? No way. The police are leaving. Are the police leaving? You gotta be kidding me, man.
Now, that wasn't the only time that they just chose to ignore that type of disorderly conduct. There's another time where a Tesla ends up driving through, and that was before I got here. And look at the confusion it causes because they won't enforce statutes. Then that same day in the first video I showed you, this happened.
The weirdos are controlling the entire intersection. Oh, great. Great. Look at this. They're trying to stop the car. The car literally drove through. Now they got to come out. This lady was like, hell with it, I'm coming in. And you've got idiots trying to stop the car. And those white shirts, those are actually the Portland police that don't do anything.
So, again, disorderly conduct, not when it fits a narrative, but at all times. Don't let them block traffic. And that includes in the roadway in front of the ICE facility. Number 2, noise ordinance.
Oh no, that's not good. It's not smart.
Need some water? More tear gas.
There's people that live inside of that building, and you know what? They don't want to have their kids getting gassed on a daily basis. All of that CS gas makes its way in through the HVAC system and is choking people out. Now, the adults that smoke meth and crack and that live in the building that have drug problems, fine. They don't care. You know who does? The people, then the parents with children. And if those parents don't care because they believe it caused that deeply, they probably shouldn't be parents, to be perfectly honest with you. The very last thing that they need to enforce is freedom of movement. Nobody should be afraid to walk down a sidewalk and get assaulted.
Ready? You have to go with me.
Where are you going?
We're going through the camp.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't
so.
fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get-
touch her. Whoa. You're not making it.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now you're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be. Don't do that. Where'd it go?
I don't know, man. I got you. Now, the Portland police, following that incident, didn't even bother detaining anybody from Antifa that clearly was shoving and fighting Nick. And that's not the only incident where police failed upon reasonable suspicion to detain people and check them for weapons and then investigate a crime properly. These are the 3 things. Now, it's not just me that thinks that. I actually talked to some of the protesters as well. The protesters don't agree with everything I just said, FYI. But they also think the police are to blame because they're not putting out a clear and concise message. That clear and concise message should be, we're law enforcement officers. We enforce the law. These ones right here will probably keep the peace. You know, there's another thing that they could call peace officers. Enforcing the law actually does keep some type of peace. So why don't they do that? Portland Police Bureau, you're to blame. If you would enforce those 3 simple ordinances, the White House wouldn't have anything to complain about. They wouldn't be trying to send in the National Guard. You can continue to do whatever hippie things you want to do throughout your city, but those 3 simple things, that'll take care of it. The Portland
there's safety, security, a crowd crush issue, then obviously all fingers will be pointed at the police. So I back them 100% on this. There's safety, security, a crowd crush issue, then obviously all fingers will be pointed at the police. So I back them 100% on this. There's safety, security, a crowd crush issue, then obviously all fingers will be pointed at the police. So I back them 100% on this. There's safety, security, a crowd crush.
I want to express my love for the short king community. I don't believe in body shaming. I am talking about how big or small someone is on the inside. Like, for example, I have no idea how tall Andrew Tate is. No idea at all. But that guy looks to me like 5'3", like 5'3", 5'4". Whereas physically, men of smaller stature can come across. They are spiritually 6 foot. If you're a good dad, if you stand with women, if you're not belittling immigrants, you're like, 6'3" spiritually. I don't know. Am I being problematic? I want to express my love for the short king community. I don't believe in body shaming. I am talking about
This man is telling the truth.
You all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who invaded our homes and our country.
Happened when you called 911?
I heard gunshots at about 2 o'clock in the morning, October 27th, and I jumped out of bed and I looked at, because it sounded really close, and I looked out my windows and I didn't see anything. And then next thing, his girlfriend was banging on my front door, and I knew at that point. And me and her ran, and I was like, did you call 911? We were running to him, and she was like, no, but she actually did. She just couldn't remember. But it looked like from the video I seen of her when she called 911 that she didn't get a response. And so I called 911, and I got a recording in the middle of a life and death situation. And so I tried to, go get my car so I could try to save him. And people were standing around when I pulled up next to his car, and nobody would help me lift him. He was too big for me. My nephew was like 240 pounds. And so he was dying. And so he ended up dying with me praying on him.
Oh my gosh. And you got a busy signal when you called 911. Did they ever catch? Go ahead.
I got a recording is what I got. I didn't get a person. I got a recording, and I felt like I was going to pass out when I couldn't get help. And so I just, I just was trying to think what I could do at that point. And I was like, I got to get my car, I got to try to get myself to the hospital. And so I just ran as fast as I could and was trying to do everything I could. But I was praying at the same time because I felt like I was going to lose my mind.
Did you ever catch the people? Did they ever catch the people who killed your nephew? This is an unbelievable story.
No, nothing. There's nothing. Nothing that we don't hear from the detectives. Nothing. There's just nothing.
So it's clear that something needs to be done and more help is needed to make people safe in Portland. My goodness.
Yeah.
What happened when you called 911?
Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons. No. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Justice, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The nominations in block are confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The majority leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to. Oh, that's Thune. I used to do that. I move to proceed to calendar 167S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President.
The majority leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to H.J. Res 104.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Is there?
Trump is being hunted by professionals who know exactly what they're doing. And because I hate teases, is the Secret Service compromised? Now, I know you say, well, Dan, you brought that up last week. Is there a mole, whether intentional or unintentional, in the Secret Service? I'll talk about that. But someone, let's just say who can be trusted, I spoke to last week at the end of the week, has informed me that their communication system for the Secret Service may be almost entirely compromised. In other words, people trying to hunt and
Grasso,
kill
Mr.
Donald
Bennett.
Trump may know more about what Donald Trump is doing than Donald Trump is doing. Folks, we got a serious problem. And the problem is the people in charge of the Secret Service right now are not serious people. The people at the top are too busy trying to cover up their own role in the substandard security plan for President Trump. Nothing is going to change. We are in real trouble. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm not trying to panic anyone. I'm trying to tell you this isn't over. You thought it was over after the first one? We had the second one. You thought it was over after the second one? Folks, there's more. He is being hunted right now.
Louis Armstrong able to become the first man on the moon?
She said, if humans can't hold their breath for 10 minutes, how was Louis Armstrong the first man on the moon? I am stuck on the moon. I cannot breathe. I cannot see. Help me, please.
Hold their breath for 10 minutes, then how was Louis Armstrong able to become the first man on the moon?
She said, if humans can't hold their breath for 10 minutes, how was Louis Armstrong the first man on the moon? I am stuck on the moon. I cannot breathe. I cannot see. Help me, please.
Hold their
Our country has some of the best lawyers, barristers, judges of anywhere in the world, but we have a problem. There's a small minority of judges with links to political causes that are compromising the independence of the judiciary. Until now, they've been kept a secret, but the research conducted by my team and I have uncovered it. And what I'm about to tell you will shock you. Over 30 immigration judges who sit in courts and tribunals like this one have links to Open Borders charities. And these are the men and women who get to decide who stays and who goes. And the public will rightly be asking, how independent are they? Let me give you an example. Before his appointment, Judge Symes volunteered for bail for immigration detainees. Even after his appointment, he takes public positions on social media on illegal migration proposals. And he even advertises his judicial office to drum up business for his immigration advisory services. Or take Judge Heaven. She spent 5 years before she became a judge volunteering for bail for immigration detainees. And even after becoming a judge, she took to social media to celebrate the defeat of the government's Rwanda plan. These people should have no place in our justice system. But my research has shown these are not isolated examples. The line between adjudication and activism is being blurred every day. If judges want to step into the political space, they should stand for Parliament. It's time for transparency and for reform, so the public can have confidence that their judges are truly independent.
Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Ms. Ernst, aye.
It from here to the Gaza border?
We are 700 meters from Gaza border.
700 meters.
Yeah, that's it.
On October 7th, what happened?
We were here in our home, and when everything starts, we go to our safe room.
Lishai, her husband Omri, and 2 children sheltered in place.
But around 9, we start to hear the shooting and the yelling. At 10:30, they get into our home from the window, and Alma was in my arms. I put my hand on her mouth because I really scared that she start to yelling or crying. And after 2 minutes, we hear a lot of people inside our home. They start to yelling at us to get out from the safe room.
Meanwhile, Lishai's neighbors are being held captive.
Come with me. Come with me. Talk to him to open the door.
The terrorists themselves live-streamed the video. The neighbor's son is forced to Lishai's home.
And then we hear a voice in Hebrew. Please open the door, because if you don't open the door, they are going to kill you and they are going to kill me, so please open the door.
You recognize the voice?
Yeah, we recognize the voice. We decide to open the door, and then we see that we have inside our little home 5 monsters.
Then they kidnap Lishai's husband.
They just took him.
And you haven't seen him since? No.
The Jewish always say never again, but unfortunately never again happened in October 7.
The Dragon's Prophecy in theaters October 6th and 8th. Streaming and DVDs.
It wasn't a cultural revolution.
Whoa, guys, listen to this. They're now saying that this may be this sounds like a cartel. I'm just looking at the New York Times updates because we have to understand what we're talking about here. And Morgan, I'll ask you this in a second. I think what we're looking through are potentially the early stages of an actual insurrection against the United States government. This goes back to the Whiskey Rebellion, when George Washington, a sitting U.S. president, by the way, rode into battle along with Alexander Hamilton, sort of his the son he never had, and look at this now. So federal agents are now accusing a Chicago man of targeting a high-ranking member of the Border Patrol in a murder for hire plot. They're putting out hits on Border Patrol officials. This comes to the Trump administration. And of course, listen to the New York Times. Floods Illinois with immigration enforcement officers and mobilizes troops. Listen to this. Juan Espinoza Martinez, 37, had recently offered 10 grand in a Snapchat message for the killing of an unnamed senior Border Patrol officer. And guys, I'm just going to call it right now.
The officer's been named now. CWB Chicago is saying that it was a hit on Commander Gregory Bovino. That's actually, I put it in the.
So look at this. This guy. Okay, here, and they have more in the actual document. This guy was a member of the Latin Kings.
Yep.
This is a member of the Latin Kings, and I'm going to tell you right now, this sounds like a cartel hit.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds like a cartel hit. They're working with the Latin Kings, and some agent that knew too much and was in their way, and now they're look at this. They have a Cash App account. Well, I probably shouldn't even post all that stuff.
Yeah,
they're putting all this out. They're putting all this out in the charging document. Look at this. 2K on info. Cuando Lagaren, 10K if you take him down. LK on him. It's the Latin Kings right there.
Wow.
Look at that. That's crime in America today. This is Morgan. You're talking about running for Congress or for Senate to be in the U.S. Congress. This is what's going on in parts of the United States right now.
People have no idea. They have no idea how large these forces are, how much money they have, how much money these cartels have to fight back. I mean, the amount of money that they have is, bigger than any European military. So we have to be really careful, and we have to have our head on a swivel about things like this. I'm glad they're on it, but terrifying.
Where do you come down? So President Trump, he is federalizing the National Guard, though he's doing so under the auspices of protecting the federal facilities. Now, if President Trump invokes in the Insurrection Act, let's take it back to there. That means they can actually go out into the city and put down,
That's
of
right.
course. And this is Title 10, black letter law. It predates the Civil War because the Insurrection Act is 1807. It was passed in the wake of the Whiskey Rebellion to say that the federal government can federalize the state militias if there is a case of a rebellion, and this obviously was something that George Washington himself participated in, putting down a rebellion. So it is not some new law or new tradition or something that Trump made up. It goes all the way back to our very first president, the founder of our country. At what point does it cross that line?
Well, we're getting really close to your point. I mean, the left projects. All the time. They project on us, oh, you're fascist, but they're the ones using the tools of government to harass conservatives. They say that, and you just saw it, civil war. The right wants civil war. Well, I think they're projecting there. And that, you got to pay attention. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree. All they can do is project. They're constantly accusing you of what they're trying to do. Right. And when they accuse people of fascism, it's kind of funny because people think that what fascism means is right-wing authoritarianism. Fascism, by definition, takes on a different character based on what people are being, quote unquote, represented by that fascist system. But the core philosophy or the core belief of fascism is that the state exists above all. Like, this is what Giovanni Gentile and Benito Mussolini actually wrote. This is how the people who defined fascism, who created the ideology, actually referred to it, actually described it. It's the belief that the state exists above all, is the highest moral authority, and can change what your rights are at any moment. Now, who believes that in the United States of America? Let's be serious about this. It's the people who are always accusing everybody else of being fascist. And this is not, I understand that it's cringe to a certain degree to go like, well, the left are the real fascists, the left are the real racists, because we're using their language. But the truth is, if you look at the actual definition of fascism, instead of thinking fascism just means when right-wingers make rules or when the law is enforced, you find that leftism and fascism share that similar thread in common.
So to your initial point, right? So they blame everything. They blame the people. They blame everyone else for doing what they actually do. It's called DARVO. It's deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. That's a typical standard
playbook.
It's right out of like the Saul Alinsky playbook. It is very standard on the left. And to your point, Seamus, about, about the fascism stuff. I disagree that they are fascist in that they aren't nationalists. And that's fair. That's a key component of fascists. But they are every bit as authoritarian as they accuse they accuse the right of being. And to be honest with you, like the accusations that they level at the right, I'm getting to the point where I kind of want the right to be a little more authoritarian, to be a little more assertive, because things like you've got judges and DAs that will allow that when the police if the police arrest these people, they don't prosecute, they won't put these people in jail, they allow them back on the street, even up to and including people that attack law enforcement. They will assert that they've done nothing, we're just here as peaceful protesters. But everyone knows that the phrase peaceful protester has been a meme since 2020. Peaceful protester as they're punching people.
Well, and here's what happened. So perfect example of this was in Chicago this weekend, that I know everyone's seen the news, but just think about this. There were ICE agents that were boxed in by 10 cars. Yep. This is a military operation. All right. You were in Afghanistan, right? Did 10 cars just show up by accident to box in a group of troops? No. That is an operation. By the way, this is exactly how. By the way, you should know this. If you're in Afghanistan, if you get a bunch of guys boxed in by cars, what's usually the next thing that happens?
You die.
Yeah, you get a VBID, right? So a vehicle-borne IED. That is the classic scenario. I know a bunch of guys who came back from Afghanistan, and they don't even like being in traffic jams.
Oh no, I know. Listen,
traffic jams.
9 months after I got back, going to the mall, I would worry about. I will never, and to this day, I will not pull up right on the bumper of the car in front of me. You always leave an exit.
Yep.
It was
Well, let me first start with the America First. That's a natural position. Would be unnatural to have a different position. But America First doesn't mean America alone, because all countries need allies. Superpowers need allies. China has allies. Russia has allies. And if you're without allies who may develop the technologies that are needed for your defense, or the technologies that are needed for your offense, or the intelligence to save your lives, why forfeit yourself of these allies? The problem that you've had over the years, the United States, is that you didn't have these allies pulling their weight. And Israel is an ally. It's a fighting ally that pulls its weight. Not only that, not only do we fight, we don't ask for Americans to bring boots on the ground. We've done the job of defending ourselves pretty well, I'd say, over the last 77 years.
But I want to take the start of this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And as that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there. I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange, and I felt like it didn't necessarily comport with things that were already public. I wanted to not betray my friend's trust in that way. But I did share it with some people in government because it happened really quick. It was, it took 33 hours for authorities to get their suspect. And in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. Don't know where it went from there, apparently. But here we are. So one of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public, it was not mine to share publicly, but one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every stone, and that somehow we're just like, sweeping things under the rug. And when I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it, and no stone unturned. I mean, I don't know.
Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 50, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
HJ Res 104, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office, Record of Decision, and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
doing is protecting the people. The people want National Guard. What's the face you make when you see mayors like this, who goes and destroys their city, protecting illegal immigrants, and then go sign an executive order to say that this is an ICE-free zone? Like they're saying, as if ICE is going over there to destroy.
They control the White House, they run the government, and they have the responsibility to keep the government open. And in that light, it might be a good idea, a radical idea, but in the midst of the crises that we are facing, it really might be nice for Speaker Johnson to actually bring House members back to Washington after their 18-day vacation. The American people are nervous about this shutdown. Federal employees are deeply disturbed. People are frightened. Republicans in the House should return to work. Madam President, as we all know, Senate rules require a 60-vote majority in order to pass a budget, 60 votes. And that means that passing a budget requires bipartisan support. That is why decades ago, the rules were established. It is very rare that one party has more than 60 votes. So if you need 60 votes, it means that you have to compromise, you have to negotiate. When Democrats were in power, they had to work with Republicans to get the 60 votes. When Republicans in the past were in power, they had to work with Democrats to get the 60 votes. That's the way it worked. But not now. This time around, the Republicans have refused to negotiate. Basically, what they are saying is it is their way or the highway. Take it or leave it. So, Madam President, within that context of Republicans refusing to negotiate, what is this shutdown about? What are the major issues that separate the parties? Well, it is not complicated. Madam President, as everybody in America knows, our healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but we are the only major country not to guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right. And in fact, our healthcare outcomes are worse in most cases than other major countries. It is a broken system. Today, in the richest country on earth, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. And that results in some 60,000 Americans dying every single year unnecessarily because they can't afford to go to a doctor. We pay the highest prices in the world for healthcare. It is unbelievable and unsustainable. We are now spending over $14,000 for every man, woman, and child. When you throw in Medicare, Medicaid, employer-covered health care, individual costs, over $14,000. That is insane, almost twice as much as other countries around the world. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford to go and fill the prescription their doctors right. In America today, in our great country, we don't have enough doctors. People all over America, in Vermont, all over America, have to wait months to get in to see a specialist. We don't have enough nurses, massive nursing shortage. We don't have enough dentists. We don't have enough mental health counselors. And our life expectancy, how long we live, is substantially lower than other major countries, despite the fact
as
that
promised, breaking moments ago, more than
so
200
more. Now, given that reality, given that our healthcare system is broken, one might
has just announced that the women in as promised, breaking moments ago, more than $200 billion coming into the coffers in tariffs, and now we're learning where some of that money will go. The White House has just announced that the Women and Children Food Program will not be cut off while the government is shut down. Some of the money, as promised, breaking moments ago, more than $200 billion coming into the coffers in tariffs, and now we're learning where some of that money will go. The White House has just announced that the Women and Children Food Program will not be cut off while the government is shut down. Some of the money, as
the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, somebody who has studied this issue for a while, I fear very much that if we do not stop Trump's attack on the American healthcare system,
one out of every 4 migrants that has come to Denver Health for healthcare, on average for about 2.5. One out of every 4 migrants that has come to Denver Health for healthcare, on average for about 2.5 visits. So we saw 20,000 visits last year that we attribute to the migrant population. That's a lot of care that we weren't planning on giving.
Not planning for those people to come in. And as he mentioned, they're coming in for maybe routine care. It's a trend across the country. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services says nationally in 2021, emergency services for someone who was undocumented patients, that totaled around $7 billion. The following year, $5.4 billion. And national statistics show that undocumented immigrants are less likely to have any type of insurance or even pay, up to 60%. The CEO of Denver Health says that she is unable to properly care for her properties, her buildings, as well as her patients.
We can't invest in the things that many other hospitals invest in. During the cold spell, we just had a pipe burst and we had to take some beds out of operation. Had we been able to invest in that building, we might not have seen, that happen.
Natasha, when we speak to some of these officials at a number of hospitals, they tell us that it is almost at a breaking point. They have to get more funding from federal officials, or they have to get more private donations. They simply cannot take care of the influx of people who are coming in for treatment.
A tragedy unto itself. They will devastate nursing homes right now. The situation of nursing homes in Vermont, and I expect many other states in this country, is a disaster. They are understaffed. Nursing homes in an aging society are shutting down. Where will people who are old and can't take care of themselves, who are disabled, what happens to them if the nursing home industry collapses in America? Community health centers, something that I've worked on for many years to increase funding. Over 32 million people access community health centers. They provide primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, lower cost prescription drugs. They will suffer enormously, cut back on services, perhaps shut down because of that legislation if we do not deal with that. Rural hospitals, Republicans say, we put $50 billion into rural hospitals. Yeah, but you cut $150 billion. And all over this country, rural hospitals are teetering on the edge. Many of them have already closed down over the years. So you're living in rural America, state of Vermont, you want a hospital nearby? Well, that hospital may not be there. Now, why did Trump and the Republicans make these massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act? And the answer is not complicated. It was important for them to provide $1 trillion to the top 1%. $1 trillion. Massive cuts to healthcare, $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. Now, so let me make the very radical suggestion that Elon Musk, who is now worth some $500 billion, does not need another tax break. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of America. Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Never before have we seen such income and wealth disparity. Republicans said we're going to massively cut Medicaid, ACA, in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in America. But the issue that we are debating, Madam President, is not just healthcare, as enormously important as that is. What we are talking about is whether we are going to allow our country to move toward an authoritarian society run by a president who is a megalomaniac, who wants more and more power in his own hands, who does not respect the rule of law or the Constitution of the United States of America. It is not acceptable to me that our president is putting federal troops on city streets throughout America without a request from a governor or a mayor, trying to create provocations, trying to create disturbances so we can use military force against the American people. Madam President, we cannot allow masked ICE agents to snatch people off of our streets without due process. We cannot continue to allow President Trump to undermine the Constitution and the rule of law by refusing to spend money appropriated by Congress. Unbelievable. President says, well, money was appropriated to states which committed the terrible crime. You know what their crime was? They voted against Donald Trump. And in this world right now, I guess if a state votes against Trump, maybe you're not going to get the federal money that was appropriated, whether it's Vermont, New York, New Jersey, other states. Is that really what the United States of America is about? A president say, you vote against me, you're not going to get your tax dollars back in federal investments. Madam President, according to every poll that I have seen, the American people, by huge numbers, do not want to see a doubling of their healthcare premiums. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, 78% of Americans, including 59% of Republicans, want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and the polling numbers are equally high, or almost as high, to making sure that people are not thrown off of Medicaid. Tony Fabrizio, who is President Trump's own pollster, it's not just the general pollster, he's the pollster for the president. This is what he said, quote, by broad bipartisan margins, voters want to see the ACA tax credits extended rather than expire at the end of the year, whether in the context of premiums doubling or 5 million families losing their health insurance. This includes solid majorities of Trump voters and swing voters, end quote. That is the Republican pollster. Right now in the House, to the best of my knowledge, there are at least 14 Republicans in a very tightly controlled caucus who want to see the ACA tax credits extended. Here in the Senate, there's at least one Republican senator who understands that in his state, his people cannot afford a doubling of premiums. And my strong feeling is there are many, many other Republicans who are not excited about going home and explaining to their constituents why their premiums are doubling. Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, I asked people across the country in the last few days what these healthcare cuts that the Republicans are pushing would mean for them. We just sent out emails, and we've gotten many, many, many hundreds of responses. And we asked them, what would a doubling of healthcare premiums mean to your life and your family? What would it mean if you were one of the 15 million Americans thrown off of healthcare through cuts in Medicaid? What would it mean to you if the rural hospital near you shut down because of these Medicaid cuts? And in less than a week, we received responses, many hundreds, from 42 states and the District of Columbia. And today, we are releasing a report that describes the devastating human impact of the Republican budget and its massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. And here is just some of what we found. People are afraid that they could get sicker or even die. Laura, I won't give her last name, from Wisconsin said, and I quote, "I live in fear of whether or not I will be able to afford my life-saving treatment. I have a rare kidney disease that requires immunotherapy every 9 months. I am terrified I will die," end quote. And we got a lot of those. People who are dealing with very serious illnesses who, in fact, will die. They will die if they cannot afford health insurance, and they will not be able to afford health insurance if their premiums double or if they're thrown off of Medicaid. But it's not just the fear that people will die or get sicker because they lack health care. All over this country, working class Americans will not be able to afford the food they need, pay their rent or their mortgage, or health care. Brittany from Utah writes, quote, "I am already living paycheck to paycheck. I have insurance for myself and my 2 sons, just bought a house that we can barely afford," end of quote. So she's hanging on the edge. She has to pay more for health care. Maybe she loses her house. Sebastian from Colorado writes, quote, "I don't make enough to afford rent and food and health insurance. Only 2 of those things do I need to survive. These cuts make it even more impossible to turn things around and get a handle on health issues," end of quote. In other words, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Today, they can't afford housing. Today, they can't afford childcare. Today, they can't afford good quality food for their kids. Today, they can't afford to send their kids to college. Double health care premiums, and these families are going to be in disastrous shape. Cara from Vermont said, quote, she was shocked by the warning about the loss of the advanced federal subsidy. Rather than a premium of $100 a month, I could be paying more than $1,200 a month, or 35% of my income, and that's before deductibles and copays. And by the way, when we talk about a doubling of health insurance premiums, that's on average. Some people will pay less, some people will pay a lot more. Small business owners are concerned they will have to shut down. Joe from Pennsylvania writes, quote, "I'm a small business owner, and if my health care costs continue to rise, I will be forced to close my business and look for a job if I can find one," end quote. Patricia from rural California writes, quote, if our local clinics and hospitals close, as they are likely to do, with federal funding disappearing, along with health insurance becoming unaffordable, people will die, end quote. She's right. On average, healthcare premiums will double. But here's what happens when it is not average. If you are living in Virginia, your premiums could go up from less than $650 a month today to nearly $2,200 a month next year. $650 to $2,200. That is not a doubling. It's almost a quadrupling of what you're paying. If you live in Idaho, your premiums could go up from $283 a month to $407 a month. If you live in the state of Georgia, your family could see their premiums go up from $940 a month today to over $4,000 a month. Madam President, at a time when people today cannot afford health care, the idea of doubling, tripling healthcare premiums is insane. It is unacceptable, and no member of the United States Senate should support that. So, Madam President, no, I am not going to go back to Vermont and tell the people there that I have thrown 15 million Americans off the health care that they have at a time when studies indicate that will mean that tens and tens of thousands of people will die as a result. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to vote for a health care situation which doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. So, Madam President, we are where we are right now. And the time is now when the United States Congress has got to look beyond their campaign contributors, has got to look behind the oligarchs who fund their campaigns, and have got to begin standing up for ordinary Americans. Our job is to improve a broken healthcare system and guarantee healthcare to all. Our job is not to throw 15 million people off healthcare and double premiums for more than 20 million, to shutter nursing homes, community health centers, and rural hospitals. The choice is clear. Let us stand with the American people. Thank you. I would yield the floor.
So I went to these migrant shelters and ended up getting the police called on me because of what I discovered, i.e. your tax money is literally being burned. So as soon as I walked toward the Quality Inn that is now a shelter, security did not want to let me in. I saw migrants just hanging out in the lounge area on a workday while each of their meals is costing you $42. Now this is a picture of one of their meals, so it's not a Michelin star meal, this is obvious fraud. Now Elliott Community Human Services, the nonprofit that manages the shelter, was given $34 million by the government to manage 3 migrant shelters, and I found in their 990 form that their CEO makes $417,000 a year. They also have 132 employees that make over $100,000 a year. On top of that, they got $156 million in taxpayer money in just 2023, despite having high crime in their shelters. A migrant marred and impregnated his own daughter in one of these shelters and wasn't arrested until 8 months later. Also, when I was there, I saw migrants getting into their own cars and in the back of Lyfts and Ubers.
Consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, at a time to be determined by the majority leader following consultation with the Democratic leader, no later than Friday, October 31st, it be in order to discharge the Committee on Finance of S.J. Res 77 and S.J. Res 81 individually, and when discharged, the Senate proceed to its consideration. Further, that there be up to 6 hours for debate only on each joint resolution, with the time equally divided between the leaders or their designees, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, each joint resolution be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on the resolution.
Without objection.
Madam President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S2983, a bill to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading. And in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk: S-Res 440 and S-Res 441.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the resolutions en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Objection.
Madam President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of H.J. Res 104. Further, that all time on H.J. Res 104 be expired at 11:20 a.m. tomorrow, the joint resolution be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the joint resolution. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to Executive Calendar number 459 ripen at 2:15 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
So I went to these migrant shelters and ended up getting the police called on me because of what I discovered, i.e. your tax money is literally being burned. So as soon as I walked toward the Quality Inn that is now a shelter, security did not want to let me in. I saw migrants just hanging out in the lounge area on a workday while each of their meals is costing you $42. Now this is a picture of one of their meals, so it's not a Michelin star meal, this is obvious fraud. Now Elliott Community Human Services, the nonprofit that manages the shelter, was given $34 million by the government to manage 3 migrant shelters, and I found in their 990 form that their CEO makes $417,000 a year. They also have 132 employees that make over $100,000 a year. On top of that, they got $156 million in taxpayer money in just 2023, despite having high crime in their shelters. A migrant AR'd and impregnated his own daughter in one of these shelters and wasn't arrested until 8 months later. Also, when I was there, I saw migrants getting into their own cars and in the back of Lyfts and Ubers, yet we were told that they were struggling in these shelters. Now, migrants are getting into these cars because of companies like Mercedes Cab Company getting a $6.8 million no-bid deal to give free transportation to migrants. Migrants in Boston are also getting free Ubers and Lyfts. Then I went to a veterans shelter that converted a large part of it to be a migrant shelter, and shortly after that, the police came. If you want to see me expose that part right here on Instagram, give this video 500 followers and I'll make sure that that happens today.
Don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
Hi, this is Taco Bell. How can I take your order?
Don't cut it out. It's me. You got to take down that sombrero meme. It's embarrassing me.
Embarrassing? The sombrero makes Hakeem look better than ever.
No, this is serious.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll take it down if you reopen the government.
Look, I need these illegals to have health care so I can keep eating Taco Bell without feeling guilty.
There it is. You care more about illegals than you do our own citizens. You're cooking Americans the same way you cook your hamburgers. Raw, careless, and making everybody sick.
I'm begging you, Mr.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. No, Will Robinson. Danger.
I don't think you're right. I think you're making it an issue. Vice President Vance is making it an issue, but I haven't heard anybody in my party saying that illegal immigrants should get access to the health insurance market.
I'm so glad you said that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Actually, I have some tape of your Democratic Party members saying this on the debate stage. So they've all said it. Let's play the clip.
A lot of you have been talking tonight about these government health care plans that you've proposed in one form or another. This is a show of hands question, and hold them up for a moment so people can see. Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Senator, that's literally every member of your party, from moderate to more progressive, that have said that in the past.
Democrats trolling Trump with the taco truck, the DNC parking this truck outside the Republican National Committee in D.C. to taunt Trump with his new Wall Street nickname, Taco, which means Trump always chickens out, a reference to the many times that he has retreated from his trade war threats, right? Promising something and then lowering them without a negotiation. The truck obviously featuring an image of Trump as a chicken.
That doesn't make sense.
A campaign on universal health care. We're delivering that. We are implementing our ideals. We are manifesting this principle, this fundamental notion that so many of us have been preaching for years and years and years. Universal health care for all, regardless of pre-existing condition, regardless of the ability to pay, and regardless of your immigration status. If you care not just about values and principles of morality, but if your only values and principles are advanced through economics, then that alone should be an argument in favor of universal health care, a pathway and a framework for 1.1 million undocumented residents in the state of California to avail themselves to high quality, comprehensive medical care, long-term, short-term, preventative, as well as in-home support service care and coverage.
Now, Newsom says California is facing a $12 billion deficit. Governor is proposing freezing enrollment in state-funded health care for undocumented immigrants.
You know, when the program started, it was supposed to cost about $3 billion a year, and that ballooned to $11 billion last year. So the governor is freezing new entries into it and making those, or asking those people who are already in it to pay. Take a look.
We are moving forward with making decisions that not only address the concerns this year related to the $11.9 billion, but mindful that we need to tighten things up. We believe that people should have some skin in the game as it relates to contributions. So we are looking to a monthly premium. We are asking for something we ask all taxpayers of California.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Today marks day 2 of the government shutdown. The Senate once again failing to pass the dueling short-term funding bills yesterday. Senators are not scheduled to vote again until Friday afternoon. That's because of the observance of Yom Kippur holiday today. The Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought telling House Republicans that the administration is now beginning furloughing federal employees within the next 1 or 2 days. I spoke with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, here yesterday. Watch. Speaker, can you assess what you're expecting in terms of the job cuts and how severe they could be?
While a shutdown is very damaging for real American people who depend upon government services, it can provide an opportunity to downsize the scope and the scale of government, which is something that we've all always wanted to do. And so in a way, Chuck Schumer has now handed the keys to the kingdom to the executive branch under President Trump to do some things that we would not otherwise be able to do because we would never get Democrat votes for them.
What you are about to hear from the Democrats is not true.
The Republican partisan spending bill that they introduced is not clean. Well, first of all, let's be clear. It's not a clean bill. It's a dirty bill. Well, that's all a lie. It's not a clean continuing resolution.
Listen, I like Hakeem Jeffries. I think he's got an amazing future. He's got better fights than this. This is a clean CR. What does that mean, by the way? Continuing resolution. Instead of passing a real budget like they should, this just says, hey, remember the last one? Let's just continue at those levels again, all right? Now, that may mean that certain people who should get less won't, certain people who need more won't, but a clean CR means that this is an extension from the last set of, in this case, Biden's spending levels. Okay? That's what a clean CR is. This is a clean CR. Wait a minute. Cuomo disagrees with Jeffries. Jeffries must be right. Don't take my word. Take the word from the nonpartisan committee for a responsible federal budget. They say this is about as clean a CR as you could get. Okay? Again, it's a continuation of a March stopgap measure. All right? Essentially a continuation of spending levels from Biden, absent about $13 billion. But when you look at it, as a function of the pie, it's literally a rounding error. I don't like that. It's a lot of money, but it's a rounding error. Again, don't take my word for it. How about taking this guy's word?
Allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
And that CR he voted for is the same as this one.
They're lying. They're just outright lying.
That is a bold-faced lie, and it really shows how desperate they are.
This is also an outright lie. There is nothing in anything that we have proposed that is trying to change that law.
They make up lies, absolute lies. They say, oh, what they're fighting to do is prevent, say, illegal immigrants from getting federal health care dollars. That is a damn lie.
I feel like they've walked into a bit of a trap, because your point is that if they were to make these changes, it would allow states to use federal dollars to help give illegal immigrants health care. Go.
Yes, that's exactly right, Dana. In fact, I have the Democrat proposed continuing resolution right here, where you can read in the text a provision that would remove the provision that Republicans passed in President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill to ensure that illegal aliens in our country cannot receive Medicaid and taxpayer-funded health care benefits. That was happening under the Biden administrations, and the Democrats endorsed it, encouraged it, and vocally supported it. Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed millions and millions of illegal aliens into our country. They paroled them into the country. They gave them a Band-Aid called temporary protective status. They completely abused our immigration system. And then those illegal aliens were receiving the taxpayer-funded health care benefits of hardworking American taxpayers. That's why wait times at hospitals went through the roof under the Biden administration. And that's why the Trump administration and President Donald Trump immediately fixed this and changed it into law with the One Big Beautiful Bill. And now Democrats, rather than just passing a clean continuing resolution to keep the government funded, which is what the president and Republicans want, they submitted a continuing resolution that puts this poison pill back into law. That's what they want to do. And it's completely unacceptable. President Trump ran on the promise to end taxpayer-funded benefits going to illegal aliens. And tens of millions of Americans across the country voted him back to this beautiful White House to implement that promise, and he did. And now Democrats want to undo it. And they are holding our country hostage. They are holding the American people hostage for this wildly unpopular proposal to give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegals. And now they're lying about it, and they know it. They need to step up, and they need to vote for this clean continuing resolution to keep the government open that they voted for as recently as March, that they voted for 13 times previously in the past. So there is zero excuse for them to shut down our government right now, and they know it. And very soon, the American people and their constituents back home in states from New Hampshire to Nevada to Arizona to Florida are going to start feeling the pinch of this Democrat-led shutdown. We have millions of troops who are currently going without pay. We have women, children, and infants who cannot apply for a very important WIC program for that critical food and life assistance. And you also look at air traffic controllers who are now having to work without pay. These are critical consequences, and it's the Democrats' fault. And they have a chance to reverse course, and they should.
Somebody earlier on our program said that Russell Vought went ahead and signed off so that every military member does get pay. But are you saying that they're working now without?
Well, we are certainly looking into how we can fix this problem. And look, we have $0 coming into the federal government right now because the Democrats shut it down. So what Russ Vought is working diligently on is examining how we can fix this mess to ensure that critical funding continues, that we can get people paid. But the Democrats are making that very difficult. And that's why the president put out a statement this morning saying that we're going to start looking across the board at layoffs and at agencies that we feel do not best serve the American taxpayer, that may need to be halted or permanently cut.
So on that, I wanted to ask you about that because he mentioned Russ Vought in that. I think that came out about 8 o'clock this morning about cutting certain programs that they deem are not necessary. Is that real or is that a negotiating tactic?
Oh, it's very real. And the Democrats should know that they put the White House and the president in this position. And if they don't want further harm on their constituents back home, then they need to reopen the government. It's very simple. Pass the clean continuing resolution, and all of this goes away. We would not be having these discussions here at the White House today if not for the Democrats voting to shut the government down. This is an unfortunate consequence, and the president and Russ Vought will be meeting on that later today.
If you guys think that we can survive another 3.5 years of this, I think you're delusional. Every day there's some nihilistic
it's only
thing.
Tuesday, Joy. Can we not start there?
You're the one who I hate to be Debbie Downer, but every day this guy is undoing something in this country that we value. Every day, it's every day is a shock and awe here, and I for one, am skeptical that we will survive this.
I am not. If you need that from me, I do believe
But
or believe in our
you've
system.
seen worse. No, I have not.
Worse.
No, I grew up during World War II.
It's Whoopi that she's seen worse.
No, I
All right, I'm going to need Whoopi to cheer us up.
No, every
Cuban Missile
every
Crisis,
president,
civil rights.
And they were all dealt with by presidents who were not, in the business of destroying the country and destroying the Constitution.
I'm hopeful.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I thank you, Jesus. I thank you, Jesus. Oh, oh.
Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, ring that notification bell so you know every time I post a new video. If you like what I'm doing over here, you want to show a little extra love and support, be sure to check out our website, crownandthread.com. That's where you can grab all the awesome clothes you see me wearing in all of my videos, like this one. It says, he conquered as the lamb, returns as the lion. You know, the Lion of Judah, that would be King Jesus. And these are all handmade by my beautiful wife. We got tons of different designs to choose from, Christian, conservative, sizes ranging from itty bitty extra small to big and hefty 5X for my folks that like to eat. Bunch of different colors. It's all gooder than chicken to me. Of course, I'm biased though, but I'm sure we've got something that you look great rocking or that'll make an awesome gift for someone you love. We also sell some pretty sweet woodworking pieces made by my father-in-law, crosses, hearts, charcuterie boards. Definitely go check those out as well. If you'd like to support in other ways, you can buy me